Chapter 3484. The Blood King had fallen and the Blood King Palace had been destroyed. The remaining powerhouse hidden in the Blood Sea territory had wanted to use the body of the Blood King to revive but had failed in the end. The Blood King did not even have a chance to fight back when Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han joined forces. If the black-haired, white-browed old man had not appeared at the last moment, the ball of power would have been completely destroyed. The news of the Blood King Palace's destruction spread like wildfire throughout the entire Blood Sea territory. Countless martialists were shocked. The top factions that had been prepared for a long time began to harvest and occupy the Blood King Palace. For a moment, the Blood Sea territory was in chaos. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Fang Chen. Although he had established the Sword Palace and controlled the entire scenic demon territory, he had no intention of expanding. The current Sword Palace was not strong enough to control two large territories. Once it entered the Blood Sea territory, it would definitely cause dissatisfaction among the major factions. Brother Fang, doesn't your Sword Palace intend to control the Blood Sea territory? Yuan Venerate Han asked. Fang Chen shook his head. The Sword Palace has just been established and has already controlled the scenic demon territory. It's not good to be in the limelight. I need to lay low for a while. With Fang Chen around, controlling the Blood Sea territory would naturally be a cinch. However, the problem was that Fang Chen could not be at the Sword Palace all the time. After all, this was a small stage and he would have to leave one day. After returning to the Sword Palace, Fang Chen arranged everything properly, especially sending a large number of troops to guard the Corpse Head continent to prevent the spatial tear from being discovered. Then, he followed Yuan Venerate Han to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Brother Fang, you probably don't know much about the Heaven-Defying Alliance, right? Yuan Venerate Han introduced Fang Chen along the way. The Heaven-Defying Alliance is the oldest and most powerful faction on the God's Fall battlefield. It occupies more than 90% of the cultivation resources in the entire God's Fall battlefield. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance were all talented people. Therefore, everyone was shocked when they heard about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I'm not too sure where the headquarters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are, because I'm not qualified to enter the headquarters. However, I know that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 108 divisions. There were 108 divisions on the massive God's Fall battlefield. There were countless monstrous geniuses in every branch. Fang Chen sighed. As expected of a force that recruited all the monstrous geniuses in the world. The Blood Sea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave are considered relatively remote weaves. They don't have any Heaven-Defying Alliance branches. The closest branch to here is called the Nine Regions branch. The Nine Territories division, according to its literal meaning, was a division made up of 9 territories. The Nine Domains division is located within the Nine Saints Weave and is responsible for the selection of disciples from the surrounding 9 domains. Obviously, the Blood Sea Weave and the Scenic Devil Weave both belonged to the Nine Saints Weave. This place is too desolate, and there are no teleportation portals here. We can only walk to Frostbite Weave and then take a teleportation portal to the 9 regions. With the Heaven-Defying token, Fang Chen could participate in the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple assessment. The place where he would be tested was the 9 regions branch. Time passed in a hurry. With their speed, it took them half a year to arrive at the victorious Frost territory. Who? Yuan Venerate Han exhaled and said, up ahead is the victorious Frost territory. There is a teleportation portal here. As long as you pay a sufficient price, you can head to the 9 regions branch. After saying that, he led Fang Chen into the victorious Frost territory. It said that a powerhouse called the Wintry Saint once appeared in the victorious Cold Weave. He was very famous among the saints. At that time, the victorious Cold Weave was named after him. It's a pity that he died in a vendetta. Yuan Venerate Han added, by the way, the victorious Frost Saint was also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Oh! Fang Chen was slightly moved. After listening to Yuan Venerate Han's introduction, he was still a little curious about the victorious Frost Saint. Boom! Suddenly, a turbulent aura came from the distant horizon. Then, a group of martialists rushed over. The leader of the group carried a long sword on his back and had a stern expression on his face. He was a pseudo-saint powerhouse. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. "Did you see someone escape from here just now?" he asked coldly. Yuan Venerate Han restrained his aura and looked like an ordinary person on the outside. Fang Chen's cultivation base was only at the yin-yang origin grade. Therefore, this pseudo-saint was very domineering. "I didn't see anything." Fang Chen shrugged. "This is a serious matter. Come back with us for investigation. After the investigation is done, we will let you go if you have nothing to do with this," the pseudo-saint said coldly. As he spoke, some of the yin-yang origin grade martialists behind him had already made their move, wanting to suppress Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. "You must have a death wish." Fang Chen threw a punch and the martialist closest to him was instantly sent flying. "Huh!" This sudden turn of events stunned the pseudo-sanctuary saint. "You are clearly at the yin-yang origin grade, yet you are so strong. You must be related to the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Capture them." The pseudo-saint gave the order and the others swarmed over. Rumble. Fang Chen threw a few punches in succession and sent the people swarming over flying. "I said that we were just passing by and wanted to borrow the teleportation array. Why do you have to do this?" Fang Chen was a little annoyed. Anyone would be resentful if they had been misunderstood for no reason and besieged. "Don't try to quibble." The pseudo-saint unsheathed the sword on his back and got ready to attack. "What did you just say?" Yuan Venerate Han, who had been silent all this while, asked. "You said that you are chasing after the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. You really know?" The pseudo-saint's eyes flickered with murderous intent. "Do you know how much the victorious Frost Saint contributed to this territory? How many cultivation resources did he bring to the victorious Frost territory? Now that he has fallen, you won't even let his descendants off. The victorious Frost territory belongs to my master. My master doesn't want any mistakes, so all the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint must die." Swish. As he spoke, a dazzling swordlight burst out. Holding a long sword in his hand, the fake saint took a step forward and displayed an exquisite swordsmanship. However, in Fang Chen's opinion, his swordsmanship was full of loopholes. "Stupid." Yuan Venerate Han released a sage aura that swept across the land and suppressed the pseudo-saint on the spot. "How is this possible?" The pseudo-saint was shocked and in disbelief. The victorious Frost Saint used to be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and could be considered my senior brother. Although I have never met him, I can't sit back and do nothing since I have encountered him. Yuan Venerate Han couldn't remain indifferent when the descendants of his senior brother were being hunted down. Swish. Yuan Venerate Han flicked his finger and a dazzling light burst out. The pseudo-saint was killed on the spot. Buzz. Ripples flickered in the void and a figure appeared out of thin air. "I was wondering who dared to ruin my plans. It turns out that it's a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance." The person who had come was wearing a black robe and was surrounded by a terrifying demonic aura. Obviously, he was a demonic cultivator. "Saint Yunmore?" Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed. He hadn't expected the person to be Saint Yunmore. Soon, Yuan Venerate Han came back to his senses and glared at Saint Yunmore. "You are also a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Why are you so aggressive when you know the past of the victorious Frost Saint?" He didn't understand why Saint Yunmore was doing this. "Humph. Yuan Venerate Han, who do you think you are? What right do you have to tell me what to do?" Saint Yunmore sneered. He was a second-level sacred king and his combat strength was infinitely close to that of a fourth-level sacred emperor. He didn't fear anything in the 9 zones. The victorious Frost Saint obtained a demonic technique back then. "My cultivation is stuck at a bottleneck. I must obtain that mystic technique," Saint Yunmore said. This was also why he, a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, had come to such a remote place. "If you stop me, you will be my enemy." Saint Yunmore's voice was filled with killing intent. "If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened." Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed before he finally made up his mind. "I won't stop you from cultivating the demonic path and searching for a demonic mystic technique. However, You can't touch the descendants of the victorious Frost Saint. Boom. Monstrous demonic aura emanated from Saint Yunmore's body. He took a step forward and the earth shook. Then you can go to hell. Boom. 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 Saint Yunmore waved his scepter and unleashed an earth-shattering attack. Oh no! Yuan Venerate Han exclaimed when he sensed the terrifying power. However, just as he was about to resist, a large hand suddenly pulled him away. Bang! The demonic aura that burst out from the scepter struck Fang Chen's body and dissipated. On the other hand, sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of Fang Chen's skin and formed a powerful sword armor. Huh! Saint Yunmore was a little surprised when he saw this. Yin-Yang Origin Stage? Saint Yunmore was surprised that a Yin-Yang Origin Stage cultivator could actually withstand his all-out attack without suffering any injuries. You must be tired of living. After stabilizing himself, Saint Yunmore waved his scepter continuously and streams of demonic aura swarmed over. Primordial Chaos Sword Technique. Fang Chen executed the Primordial Chaos Sword Technique and easily withstood Saint Yunmore's attack. How is this possible? After a fierce battle, Saint Yunmore couldn't do anything to Fang Chen and even faintly felt that he was being suppressed. Could he also be a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? At the thought of this, he took a few steps back and stopped attacking. Since we are all disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, why make such a big fuss and hurt our friendship? Yuan Venerate Han remained silent. How about we both take a step back? Saint Yunmore continued, I promise you that I will let go of the descendant of Saint Shenghan and let him leave this place. What do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Fang Chen. The latter didn't say anything and just slashed out with his sword. Rumble. This sword contained Fang Chen's strongest attack. No. Saint Yunmore waved his scepter to resist, but it was useless. The scepter was cut in half in just one move. Poochie. The hidden star sword landed on his body and seriously injured him. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and walked toward Saint Yunmore step by step. You are an evil person. Your sins are unforgivable. Poochie. Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and Saint Yunmore's head fell off. You will regret killing a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Saint Yunmore's angry roar reverberated in the air. At this moment, Yuan Venerate Han also saw a drop of venom in Saint Yunmore's palm. This was demon god venom. Anyone below the 4th level Sacred Emperor realm would definitely die if they came into contact with it. Phew. He took a deep breath and felt a little scared. Chapter 3485. The demon god venom was very precious. It was very difficult for an ordinary sage to obtain such a thing. According to the current market price, it would cost at least 1 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a drop. The total net worth of a sacred ruler was only about 1 billion yin-yang pills. It was obviously impossible for them to exchange all their net worth for a drop of demon god venom. This fellow is really willing to spend a lot of money. The demon god venom in Sage Yunmore's palm spread rapidly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The demon god venom was very special. It had to be stored in a special storage space. Once it was taken out, it had to be used in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it would evaporate. Fang Chen had also discovered Sage Yunmore's movements in advance. Therefore, he had immediately taken action and killed him. Thank you, Brother Fang. Yuan Venerate Han took a deep breath and felt a little scared. If Fang Chen had not acted in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable if he had been contaminated by Sage Yunmore's demon god venom. Even though he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and had extraordinary means to preserve his life, he would have shed a layer of skin if he had been contaminated by the demon god venom. This was a price he could not bear. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are really rich. A sacred ruler can actually take out the demon god venom. Fang Chen sighed. Generally speaking, even some major factions would not waste the demon god venom casually. A faction like the Blood King Palace would not even be able to take out the demon god venom. Sage Yunmore has great potential. He specializes in the demonic path. In the Heaven-Defying Alliance, there are a few senior brothers who cultivate the demonic path who pay special attention to him. They usually give him some resources and help him complete some tasks. Yuan Venerate Han pursed his lips. He was also a sacred ruler, but his status in the heaven-defying alliance could not be compared to Sage Yunmore's. It was even more impossible for him to take out 1 billion yin-yang pills. 1 billion yin-yang pills is a huge sum. Yuan Venerate Han sighed. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. In fact, there were tens of billions of yin-yang pills stored in Dark Cave Mountain. Wouldn't the outside world go crazy if they found out? Tens of billions of yin-yang pills was comparable to the entire net worth of a sacred ruler. Yin-yang pills were the currency circulating on the market. With yin-yang pills, one could buy whatever one wanted. Fang Chen sighed inwardly. The next time he entered the abyss of god corpses, he would definitely obtain all the yin and yang pills. The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, the topic returned to Saint Shenghan. Saint Shenghan is a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. I can't ignore his descendants, Yuan Venerate Han said. His master had once interacted with Saint Shenghan. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they should help. Moreover, Sage Yunmore's death had something to do with him. Since their relationship had already deteriorated, he didn't mind helping out a little more. After discussing with Fang Chen, Yuan Venerate Han found the descendants of the Shunhan saint and wiped out all the loyal followers of the demon saint in the Shunhan territory. Once he had made all the necessary arrangements, he took Fang Chen with him and left victorious Frost Weave through the teleportation formation. Originally, it would cost a lot to set up a teleportation array across territories. It would cost at least 100 million yin and yang pills. However, the descendants of the Shenghan saint were grateful for Yuan Venerate Han's help and immediately used the yin-yang pills stored in the Shenghan territory to activate the teleportation array for them. Although the 9 sacred weave wasn't large, it was the core of the 9 surrounding territories and the most prosperous one. This was because there was a branch of the heaven-defying alliance in the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions branch. The heaven-defying alliance's branches were spread all over the Godsfall battlefield to help the heaven-defying alliance discover outstanding disciples with potential. The cultivators in the Godsfall battlefield were almost all the descendants of the surviving elites. For countless years, they only had one goal, and that was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to survive the next battle of gods. Therefore, they were very eager to join the heaven-defying alliance. The 9 sacred continent, the core of the 9 sacred weave. The 9 sacred regions branch of the heaven-defying alliance was located on the 9 sacred continent. Whoosh! On a certain sea, a boat was drifting alone. 2 figures were on the boat. They were Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han. The two of them had taken the teleportation formation and arrived at the 9 sacred weave. They were now on their way to the 9 sacred continent. After crossing this sea, they would arrive at the 9 sacred continent. Brother Fang, good news. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han, who was sitting at the stern of the boat, opened his eyes and smiled. In half a month, the 9 sacred regions branch will publicly recruit a batch of disciples. The heaven-defying alliance would publicly recruit disciples every once in a while. To participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment, one had to possess a heaven-defying token and pass the registration threshold to wait for the public recruitment. The public recruitment in half a month also meant that Fang Chen wouldn't have to wait too long before he could participate. Brother Han, why don't you tell me about the heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment test? In fact, Fang Chen was more interested in this. He was also very curious about how the powerhouses of the Godsfall battlefield would recruit disciples. The disciple recruitment test is different for every cultivation realm. I participated in the assessment as a Yin Yuan martialist, so the test standards were relatively low. I just had to worship a martialist at the peak of the Yang Yuan realm. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. You can also defeat a heaven-defying alliance disciple at the same cultivation realm as you. At the end of the day, it was still a test of talent. The level of one's cultivation wasn't important. As long as your talent was heaven-defying, you would be recruited even if your cultivation was low. Fang Chen nodded to show that he understood. However, Brother Fang, you are at the perfected Yin-Yang Yuan realm, so the assessment is also based on your true cultivation. Therefore, Brother Fang, the assessment is a piece of cake for you. Yuan Venerate Han had been very shocked by his interactions with Fang Chen during this period of time. Fang Chen's potential was really strong. He even suspected that Fang Chen's potential wasn't any weaker than a Dao Palace disciple's. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ships could often be seen speeding past on the surface of the sea. The heaven-defying alliance's disciple recruitment is quite attractive. Along the way, Fang Chen encountered many ships that were basically going to participate in the assessment. Among them, there were dozens of saints. One had to know that there were only 9 saints in the entire 9 saints territory. There were also quite a few Saint Realm experts from other domains who had rushed over after hearing the news. As for the Yin-Yang Yuan realm, there were even more. Boom. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, a luxurious ship suddenly appeared in the distance. The ship moved quickly, creating countless splashes. It ignored Fang Chen's boat and rushed straight past it. As it passed by Fang Chen, a man in luxurious robes shot a disdainful look at Fang Chen from the bow of the luxurious ship and casually struck out with his palm. Bang! Yuan Venerate Han's eyes lit up as he blocked the other party's attack with a punch. By then, the luxurious ship had already disappeared and a disdainful voice was heard. Those two fellows really deserve to die. They actually didn't avoid young master's ship. Young master just doesn't want to kill people, so he struck out with his palm as a warning. Otherwise, how could they have survived? Yuan Venerate Han heard such an arrogant voice. Chapter 3486. The luxurious ship had already left and disappeared into the sea. However, those two arrogant voices still reverberated in Fang Chen's ears. Fang Chen smirked and shook his head after a long while. Were people so arrogant these days? In his opinion, that young man was at most a second-level sacred king. How could he be so arrogant? Yuan Venerate Han's face darkened. He was a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance, yet he had been ridiculed. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the displeasure in each other's eyes. However, they didn't say anything. It seemed like that young man was going to participate in the heaven-defying alliance's assessment. As long as he participated, he would eventually meet them. More than 10 days later, the boat swayed and finally sailed out of the vast sea and entered the 9 Saints continent. There are so many people. The primordial spirit of a sage could instantly cover an entire continent. Thus, Yuan Venerate Han easily saw the scene in the 9 Saints continent. Everyone has already gathered in 9 Saints city. Let's go over. A distance of 10,000 miles was nothing to them. A moment later, the two of them arrived in 9 Saints city. Brother Fang, this is the 9 Saints Weaves branch of the heaven-defying alliance. Yuan Venerate Han pointed to a towering tower in front of them and introduced it. Look at the people lining up on the streets. They don't have a heaven-defying token and have to register in person. These people have to participate in all the assessments. Fang Chen looked over and saw that there was indeed a long line of people lining up on the streets of 9 Saints city. Basically, they are all at the yin-yang origin grade. Fang Chen scanned the crowd and saw a man in luxurious robes at the front of the line. There were a few guards around the man, who had a very strong aura. The surrounding people seemed to be very wary of this man and didn't dare approach him. Humph! Fang Chen snorted when he saw the man's disdainful gaze and turned to follow Yuan Venerate Han to the tower. Brother Fang, you have a heaven-defying token. You don't have to register like them. I will take you directly to the elder in charge of the public recruitment. With that, the two of them stepped into the tower. Huh! The man in luxurious robes frowned when he saw this. Those two fellows went in directly? Could it be that they have heaven-defying tokens? The guards beside him were discussing animatedly. Someone in the crowd recognized Yuan Venerate Han. Isn't that Yuan Venerate Han of the heaven-defying alliance? I heard that he was living in seclusion in the scenic Devil Dominion. Why would he come here? Did you see that? There's a yin-yang essence realm cultivator following him. He must be the one who recommended you. Everyone came to a sudden realization. At the same time, they were somewhat envious of Fang Chen. If he could gain the recognition and recommendation of the heaven-defying alliance's disciples, his chances of clearing the trial would be greatly increased. Young master, a few guards whispered when they saw that the man in the brocade robe had an ugly expression. That guy should have a heaven-defying order on him. PH. So what if you have a heaven-defying order? Can he compete with young master? One had to know that there were over 10,000 martial artists participating in the open recruitment this time. However, those who possessed a heaven-defying token were less than a handful of them. From this, it could be seen how rare the heaven-defying writ was. After entering the tower, Yuan Venerate Han introduced himself. So it's Senior Brother Han. A staff member smiled and said, the person in charge of this assessment is Senior Brother Wang, who once walked out of the Nine Zones branch. Oh, Senior Brother Wang is here? Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that Senior Brother Wang would be personally in charge of this assessment. Senior Brother Wang will only arrive in 3 days. The assessment will begin immediately when he arrives. Yuan Venerate Han nodded and explained Fang Chen's situation. After checking Fang Chen's heaven-defying order, the staff member brought Yuan Venerate Han and Fang Chen to an independent courtyard. Senior Brother Han, you can rest here. I will inform you immediately when Senior Brother Wang arrives. Yuan Venerate Han was very polite. Yuan Venerate Han nodded. After the staff member left, Yuan Venerate Han turned to look at Fang Chen. I didn't expect that Senior Brother Wang would be personally in charge this time. Brother Fang, you have to seize this opportunity. Senior Brother Wang is a disciple of the Dao Palace and has unparalleled potential. If you display heaven-defying potential during the assessment, Senior Brother Wang will definitely notice you. As long as Senior Brother Wang puts in a few good words for you, it won't be impossible for you to enter the Dao Palace and even become an unrivaled saint's disciple. Yuan Venerate Han felt excited just thinking about it. Brother Han, who is this Senior Brother Wang you're talking about? Fang Chen was rather curious. According to the staff member, Senior Brother Wang had once walked out of the Nine Regions branch. In other words, he had once passed the assessment of the Nine Regions branch and entered the heaven-defying alliance. Senior Brother Wang's full name is Wang Daoyun, and he is known as Sacred Emperor Daoyun. He has an 8th level saint as his master. He has heaven-defying potential and is well known in the Dao Palace. Fang Chen sighed after hearing Yuan Venerate Han's introduction. There were too many Avilders in the heaven-defying alliance. In a certain inn in Nine Saints City. Young master, I've asked around. The person Yuan Venerate Han brought in is called Fang Chen. He came from the Wasteland Weave and his cultivation base is at the Yin-Yang Origin realm. He shouldn't be too strong, a guard whispered as he walked into the inn quickly. The man in the brocade robes nodded. Does a nobody think he can join the heaven-defying alliance just because he obtained a heaven-defying order by luck? The first time they had encountered Fang Chen's boat, the man in the brocade robes had attacked because Fang Chen hadn't dodged and hadn't bothered to kill him. He had only casually waved his hand. The second time they had met, he was still high and mighty, thinking that Fang Chen was a nobody and that he couldn't be bothered to kill him. Now that he knew that Fang Chen had a heaven-defying order, he wanted to kill him. He had such a powerful background, yet he still hadn't been able to obtain a heaven-defying order. How could a nobody obtain a heaven-defying order so easily? He couldn't accept it. Humph. If we meet in the assessment, I'll let you know that an ant will always be an ant, the man in the brocade robes said gloomily. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. By the way, is there anything worth paying attention to among the martialists participating in the assessment this time? Young master, I heard that Mad Blade Li is here. That person from the Duanmore family is also here. It's said that the princess of the Tianqin family obtained a heaven-defying order. After hearing the guard's introduction, the man in the brocade robes stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding great confidence. In this assessment, not only will I join the heaven-defying alliance, but my name will also shake the 9 domains. His voice was brimming with confidence. No matter who it is, they will all become my stepping stone. Young master, the one in charge of the assessment this time is Wang Daoyun. Hearing the name Wang Daoyun, the man in the brocade robe's expression changed. Wang Daoyun? He was surprised. The Wang Daoyun, who was once known as the number one of the younger generation of the 9 domains. The guard nodded. He clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 3487. Wang Daoyun was once a genius warrior in the 9 Saints territory. He rose quickly and joined the heaven-defying alliance, becoming a disciple of the Dao Palace. It was said that there were several invincible saints behind Wang Daoyun. Many elders in the heaven-defying alliance expressed their fondness for Wang Daoyun and wanted to take him as a disciple, but they couldn't compete with others. This time, Wang Daoyun was personally in charge of the recruitment test of the 9 domains. When the news spread, it instantly caused a huge commotion in 9 Saints City, and even the entire 9 Saints territory. Countless martial artists who had come to participate in the test wanted to see just how strong the super genius who had once shaken the 9 regions was. For a time, there were many legends about Wang Daoyun in the streets. A few days later, Fang Chen was cultivating. He was comprehending the origin of metal that the Blood Cavalry Saint had left behind. This book recorded the Blood Cavalry Saint's life's work. Metal was extremely sharp, and the origin of metal also contained an extremely sharp aura. Fang Chen had condensed the origin of metal long ago, but it was still difficult to comprehend it. Whoosh! After cultivating for a long time, he slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. A helpless look appeared on his face. Is it so difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage? Fang Chen shook his head. The origin could only be comprehended in the saint realm. It was extremely difficult to comprehend it in the yin-yang origin stage. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were born, and then the origin of the 5 elements. Fang Chen murmured. He opened the book again, and his gaze fell on a small line of words on the first page. This line of words indicated that the reason why it was difficult to comprehend the origin in the yin-yang origin stage was that the condensed yin and yang contained a thin amount of yin and yang origin stage. This was the biggest obstacle for warriors to comprehend the origin. Looks like it's true. At first, Fang Chen didn't believe it, but now he did. His yin and yang origin stage had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet, and it had even evolved into yin and yang origin stage. He had once used the yin and yang origin stage to block the attack of the origin. Ordinary warriors only had a thin amount of the origin in their yin and yang origin stage. His yin and yang origin stage contained the yin and yang origin stage at the beginning of the world. Therefore, it was even more difficult for him to comprehend the origin compared to ordinary martial artists. Forget it, there's no rush. Although he was still unable to step into the saint realm, his true combat power could already defeat a 3rd-level Holy King. Brother Fang. Suddenly, Yuan Venerate Han walked in with a delighted look on his face. Senior Brother Wang is already here. I've already introduced you to him. He's quite curious about you and wants to meet you. Oh! Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Wang Daoyun wanted to see him? A moment later, Yuan Venerate Han brought Fang Chen to the highest floor of the 9-zone branch tower. The fragrance of sandalwood filled the air, and the interior of the pavilion was very simple. There was a praying mat in the middle, and a middle-aged man was sitting on it. Fang Chen's gaze fell on Wang Daoyun. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying power coming at him. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. He took a deep breath, and his heart was in turmoil. Senior Brother Wang. Yuan Venerate Han said softly. At that moment, Wang Daoyun slowly opened his eyes. He stared straight at Fang Chen, who felt uneasy all over, as if all his secrets had been thoroughly explored. After a long time, Wang Daoyun looked away. Not bad. He was a man of few words and only said the word not bad. If the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance knew that Wang Daoyun had such an evaluation of Fang Chen, they would definitely be shocked. Junior Fang Chen pays his respects to Senior Brother Wang. Fang Chen cupped his fists in greeting. After me, no other genius has appeared in the 9-zone branch tower. I hope you won't disappoint me. After all, Wang Daoyun had also come from the 9-zone branch tower. Therefore, he was rather concerned about the geniuses of the 9-zone branch tower. All right, you may leave first. The assessment will begin tomorrow. Go back and prepare. Fang Chen nodded and turned to leave. Senior brother Wang. Yuan Venerate Han hesitated. Wang Daoyun got up. His potential is very strong. At least in my opinion, he is considered rare in the heaven-defying alliance. However, what makes me curious is his bloodline. When I probed his bloodline, I actually felt a slight throb. Wang Daoyun was already a peak 6th level sacred emperor. As long as the saints didn't appear, he could dominate the world. His bloodline was also one of the strongest bloodlines in the current era. However, when he probed Fang Chen's bloodline, he clearly felt his own bloodline tremble. Wang Daoyun naturally knew what this meant. Tell me more about him. Yes, senior brother Wang. On the way back to the courtyard, Fang Chen was also pondering why Wang Daoyun had summoned him. Could it be just curiosity? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He could sense that Wang Daoyun didn't have any enmity toward him. Forget it. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A few hours later, Yuan Venerate Han returned. There was a hint of joy on his face, as if he had a very happy conversation with Wang Daoyun. Brother Fang, the assessment will officially begin tomorrow. Don't cultivate today. I'll take you out to relax. Yuan Venerate Han added, Nine Saint City is very prosperous and there are many good places. Furthermore, the number of disciples recruited this time is limited. You can also get to know your opponents in advance. Fang Chen thought about it for a moment before nodding in agreement. It had to be said that as the core of the Nine Saint territory, it was also the most prosperous city. The prosperity of Nine Saint City exceeded Fang Chen's imagination. Perfected yin-yang origin grade martialists were everywhere and even some pseudo-saints could be seen on the streets. Fang Chen was speechless. After all, Mo Dao of the scenic demon territory was only a pseudo-saint. The path of cultivation is a long one. The higher one's cultivation base, the further one can see. Therefore, they don't care too much about worldly power. They can rely on their own strength to obtain more, Yuan Venerate Han said. Yuan Venerate Han said. Only Mo Dao would go to a barbaric weave like the scenic demon weave. No one else would waste their time there. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. The world of cultivation was too cruel. Unknowingly, the two of them arrived in front of a drum tower. The drum tower was thousands of feet tall and there were 9 bells and drums placed at the top. Every bell and drum was bronze in color and the faint sound of bells and drums could be heard. Brother Fang, this is the sacred drum tower. No matter what it was, as long as it was tainted with the word saint, it was very unusual. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked at the top of the sacred drum tower. At the moment, there was a dense crowd of martialists below the sacred drum tower. Many of them had come to participate in the disciple recruitment test of the heaven-defying alliance. Legend has it that the sacred drum tower was left behind by a saint. Its purpose is to test the talent of the many martialists in the Nine Saint territory. The more bells and drums are rung, the higher the talent of the martialists. Yuan Venerate Han explained. Oh! Fang Chen was surprised. He had not expected that these 9 ordinary-looking bells and drums would actually be left behind by a saint. Actually, what Fang Chen did not know was that the bells and drums on the sacred drum tower had once contained the inheritance and comprehension of the origin source left behind by the saint. Unfortunately, it had already been taken away by the major factions over the years. Now, these 9 bells and drums could only be used to test one's talent. Whoosh! While Yuan Venerate Han was speaking, a figure leaped up and stepped onto the top of the sacred drum tower. Dong! 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 Then, he could be seen channeling his power into the first drum. Dong! The first bell let out a long and drawn-out sound. Dong! The second drum was rung as well. The person continued to move to the third drum. Ha! He roared and unleashed his full power. However, he failed at the last step. The third drum was indifferent. Bang! He suffered a backlash and retreated. 2 drums. That's not bad. Yuan Venerate Han nodded as the crowd began to discuss. How can one's talent be determined by the sound of these drums? Fang Chen asked, how many drums did senior brother Wang Daoyun sound? 2 drums is normal. Generally speaking, 3 drums is considered not bad. 4 drums is already considered an outstanding genius qualified to join the heaven-defying alliance. 5 drums is considered one of the top disciples in the heaven-defying alliance. 6 drums is enough to enter the Tao Palace. Yuan Venerate Han paused for a moment. Then, he enunciated each word clearly. Senior brother Wang once sounded 7 drums in one go and his name shook the 9 regions. Fang Chen was shocked. He had not expected Wang Daoyun to sound 7 drums. It seemed like his potential was really impressive. At the time, the 9 regions branch contacted senior brother Wang and recommended him to the heaven-defying alliance. After some training, he successfully entered the Tao Palace. Now, senior brother Wang is also very famous in the Tao Palace. Has no one in the 9 regions been able to sound 7 drums? Fang Chen was curious. Yuan Venerate Han shook his head. Anyone who can sound 7 drums is considered to be at the top of the Tao Palace. After all, the 9 regions branch is located in the most remote areas of the God's Fall battlefield. Cultivation resources are scarce, so it is very difficult for such geniuses to appear. According to my speculations, the top person in the Tao Palace should be able to sound 8 drums. As for 9 drums, that person should be chosen by the heavens, right? Yuan Venerate Han muttered to himself. From time to time, martialists would ascend the sacred drum tower and sound the drums. The sound of the drums echoed for a long time. However, most of them only sounded 2 drums. During this period, there were also people who sounded 3 drums. As for those who sounded 4 drums, they did not appear for the time being. The real top geniuses did not make a move. Yuan Venerate Han said. He told them that Crazy Blade Li, Duan Jing of the Duanmo family, and the princess of the Tianqin family could sound at least 4 drums. It was even possible that they could sound 5 drums. However, they did not appear. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Immediately after, the crowd opened up a path for him. It's him. Fang Chen recognized the person. It was the man in the brocade robes. The man in the brocade robes strode toward the sacred drum tower with his head held high. Everyone made way for him. Oh my God, why is this guy here too? This guy is overbearing. We should stay away from him. Chapter 3488. The Duan family was an overlord force in the new expedition territory. Although there were only 3 saints in the family, no forces in the surrounding territories dared to provoke them. This was because one of the saints had reached the peak of the 3rd level Holy King level. Moreover, Duan Dongyu had great potential among the younger generation and had attracted the attention of many saint emperors and saints. If he could join the heaven-defying alliance, the Duan family's position would be even more secure. Therefore, Duan Dongyu was arrogant and domineering. Duan Dongyu? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. He could tell from the aura that Duan Dongyu exuded that his cultivation should be at the 1st level Holy King level. Duan Dongyu only recently stepped into the saint realm, but he already has the combat power of a 2nd level Holy King. Yuan Venerate Han said. Fang Chen shook his head and did not think much about it. No matter how powerful the forces behind Duan Dongyu were, as long as he did not provoke him, everything would be fine. Once you provoke me, then no one in the world will be able to stop you. Duan Dongyu's arrival caused an uproar below the sacred drum tower. Countless martialists avoided Duan Dongyu with some fear. Duan Dongyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked up at the top of the sacred drum tower with a contemptuous smile. I remember that Wang Daoyun sounded 7 drums in one go back then. After joining the heaven-defying alliance, he was valued by all the old monsters and was given endless cultivation resources. This was also the reason for his rapid progress. I, Duan Dongyu, want to see how mysterious this legendary technique left behind by a saint is, Duan Dongyu said confidently. After saying that, he leaped up and arrived at the top of the sacred drum tower. Dong. Duan Dongyu urged the power in his body and poured it into the drums. In an instant, the first drum vibrated and emitted a ringing sound. Then, Duan Dongyu came to the second drum in a domineering manner. Dong. Dong. For the first 3 drums, Duan Dongyu didn't use any strength to strike them easily. He is indeed a genius of the Duan family in the new expedition territory. He is really powerful. He struck the first 3 drums so easily. Although Duan Dongyu is a good-for-nothing, he still has the ability. Many people sighed and thought that Duan Dongyu's potential was too great. Dong. He stopped in front of the 4th drum and placed his hands on the drum. A minute later, the 4th drum began to vibrate. Warm applause could be heard from the crowd below. Sounds of discussion could be heard incessantly. Being able to sound 4 bells in a row meant that Duan Dongyu had the qualifications to join the heaven-defying alliance. The next test wouldn't be too difficult for him. I wonder how many bells this Dongyu will be able to sound. Many people saw that Duan Dongyu did not stop and continued to walk to the 5th drum. Discussions broke out. Brother Fang, what do you think? Yuan Venerate Han glanced at Duan Dongyu before asking. He had to admit that this fellow's potential was not bad. He can't sound the 5th bell, Fang Chen said calmly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, at the top of the Holy Drum Tower, in front of the 5th drum, Duan Dongyu tried his best to make the drum shake slightly, but no sound came out. Chimph, I don't believe you. Wang Daoyun had been able to sound 7 bells in the past. Now, he was encountering difficulties in front of the 5th drum. He was unwilling to accept this. Duan Dongyu roared and displayed the unique skill of the Duan clan. His hands kept waving, and thousands of palm prints appeared in the void, bombarding the 5th drum in unison. Wang. A soft voice could be heard coming from it. However, it only lasted for a second before it came to an abrupt end. Fart. Duan Dongyu's body retreated as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Deng. 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 After stabilizing his body, Duan Dongyu stared at the 5th drum with a gloomy expression. He clenched his fists so tightly that his veins were bulging. He was unwilling to accept this. Almost. Just a little bit more and I would have been able to sound the 5th drum. Crash. He landed on the ground with a dispirited look on his face. He had originally thought that he would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Wang Daoyun. Who would have thought that he would be stopped at the 5th drum? Many people in the crowd shook their heads. Wang Daoyun had been recognized as the #1 genius of the 9 great territories back then. Duan Dongyu's achievements had been entirely due to the cultivation resources of the Duan family. How could he compare to Wang Daoyun? Achem. Duan Dongyu was a little annoyed when he heard the discussion in the crowd and got ready to leave. At that moment, he saw Fang Chen and Yuan Venerate Han not far away. Mph. He snorted coldly and strolled over before stopping in front of Fang Chen. Kid. Duan Dongyu provoked. What? Is there a problem? Fang Chen shrugged, not afraid of Duan Dongyu in the slightest. Are you mocking me? Duan Dongyu said coldly, although I, Duan Dongyu, have stopped at the 5th drum, there aren't many in the younger generation of the 9 territories who have greater potential than me. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to mock me? Duan Dongyu directly attacked Fang Chen. Some people in the know knew that Duan Dongyu was jealous that Fang Chen had obtained the heaven-defying alliance and was looking for an excuse to attack him. Mock me? Fang Chen was stunned. He originally wanted to ignore Duan Dongyu, but the latter's behavior was a little too much. Duan Dongyu. Yuan Venerate Han spoke. I remember that the heaven-defying alliance has a rule that disciples cannot interfere with the assessment of other disciples. Duan Dongyu said, could it be that you are so powerful that you can ignore the rules of the heaven-defying alliance? Yuan Venerate Han was furious. A mere second-level sacred king who had not even joined the heaven-defying alliance dared to challenge him. The aura around him rippled as he prepared to teach Duan Dongyu a lesson. The surrounding people also looked over with interest, ready to watch a good show. Others might be afraid of you, Yuan Venerate Han, but I, Duan Dongyu, am not. Duan Dongyu sneered. Buzz. The void suddenly became oppressive as endless pressure came from the sky. A drawn-out voice sounded in everyone's ears. Junior brother Han, you don't have to interfere in this matter. Everyone was stunned. Even Yuan Venerate Han was a little surprised. The person who had spoken was Wang Daoyun. Given his status in the Dao Palace, no one in the 9 great territories dared to provoke him. Even the 9 saints of the 9 saint territory had to treat him with respect. Brother Fang, let's go back. Yuan Venerate Han's expression changed as he spoke. Fang Chen shook his head and looked up at the void before turning to look at Yuan Venerate Han. How dare a young master of a mere territory scold a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Fang Chen said, Brother Han, you have a special status. You don't have to interfere in this matter. Leave everything to me. After saying that, he gently patted Yuan Venerate Han on the shoulder. What did you just say? Fang Chen walked over to Duan Dongyu. I said, what right do you have to mock me, Duan Dongyu, when you are just a yin-yang origin realm ant? Who gave you the guts? Duan Dongyu repeated word by word. Fang Chen nodded and ignored the astonishment of the crowd as he ascended the holy drum tower. He looked down at Duan Dongyu from above. Mock you? You are not qualified for me to mock you. After saying that, Fang Chen circulated the power in his body and poured it into the bell and drum. What is he doing? Has he been provoked by Duan Dongyu and wants to compete with Duan Dongyu in terms of potential? This fellow is a little stupid. He is just a yin-yang origin realm. Does he think that he can challenge Duan Dongyu just because he has Yuan Venerate Han as his backer? Many people shook their heads and felt that Fang Chen's actions were too irrational. Of course, even more people were watching the show and mocking him. Young people these days really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He was lucky enough to obtain the heaven-defying token and was brought to Nine Saint City by Yuan Venerate Han. Does he think that he is invincible? I bet that this fellow can only sound the bell and drum 3 times at most. 3. I think he can only sound the bell and drum 2 times at most. Sounds of discussion could be heard everywhere. Yuan Venerate Han was very calm when he saw Fang Chen's actions. He was well aware of Fang Chen's potential. Duan Dongyu smirked and sneered. Trying to play to the gallery? Dong. The sound of the bell echoed. By the time everyone came back to their senses, Fang Chen had already arrived in front of the second drum. Dong. 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 The sound of the bell rang 3 times in a row. Everyone below was stunned and tongue-tied. What's going on? Is this fellow's potential so terrifying? Everyone was shocked. Being able to sound the bell and drum 4 times in a row was already comparable to Duan Dongyu's potential. Look, he is walking towards the 5th drum. Some sharp-eyed people saw Fang Chen's actions. Duan Dongyu's face turned pale and murderous intent filled his eyes. Dong. Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's palms landed on the drum and a melodious sound reverberated in the sky above Nine Saint City for a long time. 5 rings. Everyone below was completely dumbfounded. This fellow had actually done what Duan Dongyu had failed to do. Being able to sound the bell and drum 5 times was considered one of the best in the 9 great territories. Even if he entered the heaven-defying alliance, he would be valued and nurtured by the higher-ups. At this time, everyone no longer looked at Fang Chen with hostility. Instead, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Whoosh! Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, waiting for Fang Chen to continue charging forward. This was because he had not used much strength to sound the first 4 drums. It's over. Everyone was disappointed. Fang Chen landed in front of Duan Dongyu with a faint smile. If an ant is stronger than you, then what are you, Duan Dongyu? Are you worse than an ant? Fang Chen's voice echoed below the drum. You, Duan Dongyu's aura surged as he glared at Fang Chen. Young master. Several servants hurriedly stopped the enraged Duan Dongyu. They could not fight in Nine Saint City. Otherwise, the heaven-defying alliance would not sit idly by. Temph, just wait and see. Duan Dongyu threatened before leaving. Countless eyes fell on Fang Chen. He had used his unparalleled potential to crush Duan Dongyu and become famous in Nine Saint City. At this time, on the highest floor of the heaven-defying alliance's pagoda, Wang Daoyun stood with his hands behind his back. He could clearly see the scene in front of the Saint Drum Tower through the window. He was able to sound 5 drums so easily. Not bad. If he used his full strength, would he be able to sound 7 drums? Even Wang Daoyun couldn't see through Fang Chen and couldn't grasp him. He felt that the latter was hiding some secrets. Chapter 3489. The Saint Drum Tower was a saint's method that could test a martialist's talent. The 9 drums at the top of the St. Drum Tower had always been a place for geniuses to compete. However, no one in the younger generation had been able to surpass the miracle that Wang Daoyun had created. At the time, Wang Daoyun had appeared out of nowhere and sounded the drums 7 times with his stunning talent, shocking the 9 great territories. After Wang Daoyun, countless young martialists had tried various methods to surpass him but had all failed in the end. Now, the 9 Domains division of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was recruiting disciples, so all the young martialists of the 9 great territories had come. They had all gathered in front of the St. Drum Tower. Everyone knew about Duan Dongyu's potential. He could easily sound the drums 4 times, which was already comparable to the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Although he had stopped at the 5th drum, many people could see that it wouldn't be long before he could sound the 5th drum. If not for Fang Chen, Duan Dongyu might have been the most eye-catching genius. Unfortunately, he had provoked Fang Chen. When Fang Chen sounded the drums 5 times, the martialists below the St. Drum Tower were in an uproar. Countless martialists were shocked. Even after a long time, when Fang Chen's figure disappeared, everyone was still in shock. When he returned to his courtyard, Yuan Venerate Han said apologetically, "Brother Fang, Brother Fang." Fang Chen nodded, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. Yuan Venerate Han wanted to say something but ultimately didn't. He just nodded and left. The news of Fang Chen sounding the drums 5 times and suppressing Duan Dongyu spread like wildfire. Garden Mansion. A lady in green robes walked gracefully towards the pavilion. She had a slight smile on her pretty face and her red lips were slightly pursed. She was one of the martialists who had obtained the Heaven-Defying Alliance this time. She was the beloved daughter of the Tianqin family, Qin Yun. "Miss, that's what happened." Qin Yun's fair fingers gently stroked her hair as she listened to the servant's account. Her beautiful eyes flickered when she heard the whole story. Duan Dongyu of the Duan family is ruthless, arrogant, and despotic. Even he gets slapped in the face. Qin Yun said faintly. "However, I'm getting more and more curious about this guy. Where did he get the courage to challenge Duan Dongyu when he was only in the yin-yang origin realm?" Musical Note fell into deep thought. At the same time, the young master of the Duanmo family, Mad Saber Li, also received the news. Fang Chen's name spread throughout Nine Saints City. The sun slowly rose and dawn arrived. Nine Saints City was packed with people. Countless cultivators had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple recruitment. "Brother Fang." Yuan Venerate Han brought Fang Chen to the Nine Saints Plaza. The azure-clothed girl on the far left in front is Princess Qin Yun of the Tianqin noble clan. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat as he followed Yuan Venerate Han's gaze. However, he soon sobered up. "Is this an illusion? Brother Fang, you might not know this, but the Tianqin noble clan specializes in the primordial spirit. The secret techniques they cultivate are all targeted at the primordial spirit of a martialist. Princess Qin Yun is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Tianqin noble clan. She has a charming temperament to begin with. Coupled with the secret techniques she cultivates, ordinary martialists will fall into an illusion if they take a few more glances at her," Yuan Venerate Han explained. While Fang Chen was sizing up Palace Master Qin Yun, she seemed to sense Fang Chen's gaze and turned her head. Fang Chen shifted his gaze and looked at Mad Saber Li. "This person has a very strong saber intent." Fang Chen was shocked. He uses his body as a saber and cultivates the heaven-defying saber Dao. Then, he saw the young master of the Duanmo family. The demonic aura on his body was so strong that no one dared to approach him. These people are considered the most outstanding geniuses of the 9 territories. They will most likely join the Heaven-Defying Alliance and be your opponents in the assessment, Yuan Venerate Han said. At the same time, he reminded Fang Chen to be careful of Duan Dongyu. Duan Dongyu was famous for being vengeful. Yesterday, in front of the sacred drum tower, Fang Chen had crushed Duan Dongyu with his absolute potential and made him lose face. Duan Dongyu would definitely try to stop Fang Chen during the assessment. "It's fine." Fang Chen was carefree and didn't care. Sounds of discussion spread out in the crowd. Swoosh. A terrifying aura spread out. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with joy. The person in charge of this assessment, the genius Wang Daoyun, had arrived. Wang Daoyun was wearing a white robe and had a calm expression. He stood on the stage with his hands clasped behind his back and scanned the crowd. This time, the Heaven-Defying Alliance's 9 territories branch is publicly recruiting disciples. There are 13,000 people who have signed up. The competition will be fierce, so I hope you will all work hard. After a few simple opening remarks, Wang Daoyun began to introduce the content of the assessment. This assessment is very simple. It is about survival. All the disciples who signed up had to enter the 9-saint mystic realm. Everyone had a token on them and they had to kill each other to snatch each other's tokens. When the number of tokens reached 100, they could head to the center of the 9-saint mystic realm and leave a mark on the stone wall. Those who left a mark would pass the assessment. Fang Chen was a little surprised by this assessment. It was a little cruel to let tens of thousands of people kill each other. Not long after, the 9-saint mystic realm opened and a large number of martialists entered. Isn't this too cruel? Yuan Venerate Han couldn't help but ask. The deity fall battlefield is cruel. The weak have no right to speak. Only by working hard to become stronger is the only truth, Wang Daoyun said. The brink of life and death can often stimulate a martialist's inner potential. If they can break through, they have a high chance of becoming a dragon. If they couldn't break through, they wouldn't be qualified to become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. On a mountain peak in the 9-saint mystic realm, Fang Chen appeared out of thin air and looked around. There was no one there. It seems like they are scattered randomly, Fang Chen said. After familiarizing himself with the environment, Fang Chen began to walk around. In a dense forest, Duan Dongyu's face was ferocious and he bared his fangs. He had gathered with the servants of the Duan family and was encircling a weak martialist. Go to hell. He punched out and crushed his opponent's head before taking his token. Humph, Fang Chen, is it? I want to see how capable you are. In the 9-saint city, he did not dare to make a move because of the power of the 9-saint realm. But it was different in the 9-saint mystic realm. He could kill to his heart's content. Let's collect tokens first and then leave a mark on the stone wall, Duan Dongyu said. As long as he did not encounter Mad Blade Li, the young master of the Duanmo family, Princess Qin Yun, and the others, no one was his match. Time flew by. 3 days later, Duan Dongyu had already obtained 80 tokens and was closer to 100 tokens. At this time, there was news that Princess Qin Yun had already gone to the Saint Mystic Realm. I have to speed up, Duan Dongyu said coldly. For the past 3 days, Fang Chen had been walking on the wasteland. Sigh. Looking at the few tokens in his hand, Fang Chen sighed. Along the way, he encountered many martialists, many of whom chose to take a detour to avoid him. These martialists had not committed any heinous crimes, so he was not willing to kill them. Along the way, the people he killed were either heinous criminals or people who wanted to snatch his tokens, so he had very few tokens. Keek. Suddenly, a sinister voice came from afar. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and instantly saw the scene 1,000 miles away. At this time, a black-robed martialist was brutally slaughtering other martialists. Young Master Duanmo, we will give you our tokens. Please give us a way out. There were countless corpses on the ground and blood flowed like a river. The remaining small group of martial artists knelt on the ground, begging for young Master Duanmo's forgiveness. Humph, it's your bad luck to encounter me. Young Master Duanmo opened his mouth and a small black sword shot out, instantly piercing through the head of one of the martialists. Demon, you're a demon. Run. Many people fell into a frenzy and desperately fled. However, it was useless. Young Master Duanmo was a Saint Realm elite, and they could not resist him at all. Bang! Young Master Duanmo's small black sword was shattered by a terrifying fist aura. Those martial artists who were fleeing for their lives were also completely stunned. A figure had appeared in front of them. Fang Chen. After escaping death, many people recognized Fang Chen and cried out in surprise. They did not expect Fang Chen to stand up for them. Fang Chen? Young Master Duanmo also recognized Fang Chen and raised his eyebrows slightly as he said coldly. You want to stop me? They have already handed over their tokens. Why do you still want to kill them all? Young Master Duanmore's demonic aura was monstrous as a terrifying power swept through the world. He used his tyrannical aura to suppress Fang Chen. Want to kill them all? Young Master Duanmore sneered. In the cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak. They are weaker than me, so they must die. He cultivated demonic arts and had a dark personality. To him, it was normal to kill the innocent. What if I insist on protecting them? Then you can die too. The Duanmo young master roared and a monstrous demonic aura spread out. His body shot forward like an arrow. You guys go first. Fang Chen's voice entered everyone's ears. They thanked him gratefully and hurriedly left. 9 Regions Division, Heaven-Defying Alliance's highest floor. Wang Daoyun looked at the scene in the mirror image and muttered to himself, although the young master of the Duanmore family is strong, he shouldn't be able to stop you. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the battle had already come to an end. In the mirror image, Fang Chen was like a demon god as he defeated the young master of the Duanmore family. The latter fled in panic. What is your upper limit? Wang Daoyun asked. In the 9 Saints' secret realm, no one knew that one of the strongest candidates, the young master of the Duanmore family, had been defeated by Fang Chen. The ground was in a sorry state, full of potholes. Fang Chen picked up the tokens and said, the demonic arts cultivated by this young master of the Duanmore family are really cruel. At the critical moment, if the young master of the Duanmore family had not thrown away all the tokens to save his life, he might have died in Fang Chen's hands. I didn't expect this guy to get so many. A rough count showed that there were more than 200 tokens. This also meant that more than 200 people had died in his hands. This is good too. It saves me the trouble of finding tokens. Chapter 3490. Although young Master Duanmore's cultivation was only at the level of a second-level Holy King, his methods were indeed mysterious. Especially his attainments in the demon path, they were even more extraordinary. Although Fang Chen's combat power was completely suppressed when fighting with him, he could still feel the deterrence brought about by the monstrous demon qi. Fang Chen's eyes flashed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed. If young Master Duanmore had not burned his blood essence at the critical moment, used the forbidden secret technique of the demon path, and threw away all the tokens, he would have been killed by him. But soon, Fang Chen felt relieved. Such a proud person would definitely not give up. As long as he waited in front of the Saint's stone wall, he would definitely meet young Master Duanmore. The Saint's stone wall was the final test. When Fang Chen arrived in front of the Saint's stone wall, it was already overcrowded. Roughly estimating, there were about 1,000 people. Whoosh! Fang Chen stopped and looked at the Saint's stone wall. The 1-meter-tall stone wall stood quietly on the ground, and there were complicated carvings on its body. Buzz! When he saw these carvings, Fang Chen's primordial spirit trembled in his mind, and the blood in his body moved strangely. Rip! He shook his head forcefully and came back to his senses from the carvings. What terrifying carvings! Fang Chen took a deep breath, and a trace of surprise flashed across his face. The Saint's methods are really powerful. Although Fang Chen was good at illusions, he almost fell for it. No wonder many warriors were watching from afar and did not dare to approach the Saint's stone wall. At this moment, there were 3 figures sitting cross-legged near the Saint's stone wall. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qin Yun, and Duan Dongyu of the Duan clan. He used the heavenly soul scripture to protect his primordial spirit golden core, and then his gaze fell on the Saint's stone wall again. He suddenly discovered that there were 3 marks on the wall. 2 of the marks were relatively shallow, and the saber mark at the top was very terrifying. The aura emitted from the saber mark made everyone stop in their tracks. It seemed that these 3 marks were left by the 3 of them. Leaving marks? Fang Chen murmured. Poochie. At this moment, a martial artist suffered a powerful backlash. His body flew out and exploded in the air, blood splattering everywhere. The Saint's stone wall contained a powerful saint's power. If one was not strong enough, it would be difficult to leave a mark on the stone wall. One might even suffer a backlash and die. This person's death completely intimidated the thousands of martial artists. For a time, There was complete silence in front of the saint's stone wall. No one dared to try. The crowd whispered and discussed among themselves. It could be seen that they were somewhat afraid of the saint's stone wall. Fang Chen strode towards the saint's stone wall, breaking the silence. Isn't that Fang Chen? Fang Chen? Why does it sound so familiar? Oh, I remember now. Is it the new genius who beat Duan Dongyu and beat the drum 5 times on the Holy Drum Tower? It really is him. Why? Is he going to give it a try? Everyone's eyes widened when they saw Fang Chen. Some people were gloating, while others couldn't wait to witness a miracle. Chimph, pretentious. Do you think you can leave a mark on the saint's stone wall just because you're talented? You're too naive. You don't say. His potential is stronger than Duan Dongyu's. Maybe he's not too weak. He really might leave a mark. Fang Chen ignored the argument. He stood under the saint's stone wall, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed. A cool breeze blew on his face, giving him a cold feeling. Sensing the saint's stone wall at close range, Fang Chen found that the carvings on the stone wall were moving slowly. Fang Chen was surprised and carefully sensed. Whoosh! Duan Dongyu opened his eyes, full of anger. Kid, I thought you would hide in a corner and not dare to show up. I didn't expect you to dare to come to the saint's stone wall. As he spoke, Duan Dongyu got up, not hiding his killing intent at all. On the side, Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flickered. She curiously looked at Fang Chen. She was also quite surprised that the man could see through her illusion at a glance. Only Mad Saber Li did not open his eyes from beginning to end. He cultivated the Saber Dao, and his obsession was too deep. To him, only the Saber Dao could attract his attention. Duan Dongyu. Seeing that Duan Dongyu was about to walk to the saint's stone wall, Princess Qin Yun spoke. Although there is a grudge between the two of you, he is still leaving a mark in front of the saint's stone wall. If you attack, you will break the rules of the heaven-defying alliance. Duan Dongyu said, What? Princess Qin Yun, are you going to stop me? Princess Qin Yun shook her head. Mage, give him some more time. When the mark is over, I will definitely kill him. Under normal circumstances, it would take at most 15 minutes to know if he could leave a mark on the saint's stone wall. However, Fang Chen had been standing in front of the saint's stone wall for a full 6 hours, and there was still no movement. I think he's just playing to the gallery. Some people were quite dissatisfied. He occupied the saint's stone wall so that others could not leave a mark. However, they did not dare to make a move. After all, interfering with others leaving a mark was a violation of the rules. They could not bear the punishment of the heaven-defying alliance. Time passed, day after day. 7 days later, Fang Chen was still standing in front of the saint's stone wall. No matter how many people talked, it was useless. Duan Dongyu mocked, thinking that Fang Chen was afraid of his revenge, so he pretended to leave a mark. Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flashed, as if she was thinking about something. Mad Saber Li still had his eyes closed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Half a month, 1 month, 2 months. In Fang Chen's body, the blood flowed, and the primordial spirit golden core in his mind condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally, Fang Chen's primordial spirit golden core was a little illusory. This was because his soul Dao was not stable. However, when Fang Chen came into contact with the saint's stone wall, he suddenly saw the light. The heavenly soul scripture that had been stuck at a bottleneck was operating wildly. After half a year, his primordial spirit golden core was finally solidified. At this time, his primordial spirit became stronger, comparable to a saint emperor. Buzz. Finally, he opened his eyes, raised his finger, and gently drew a trajectory. The next moment, everyone was shocked. A 4th mark appeared on the saint's stone wall. Furthermore, to everyone's astonishment, the power emitted by this mark completely overshadowed the other 3 marks. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of bells and drums came from the saint's stone wall. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were galloping past, which was extremely shocking. What's going on? Someone was stunned, and his throat moved. The crowd was completely stirred. They thought that this strange phenomenon was caused by Fang Chen. Oh my God, What did he do? Why did he cause the saint's stone wall to shake? Could it be that the saint's stone wall contains some inheritance of Tao, and he has comprehended it? The words inheritance of Tao made everyone jealous. They stared at Fang Chen with jealousy, and Duan Dongyu's eyes were shining with golden light. He wanted to suppress Fang Chen directly and uncover his secrets. Princess Qin Yun pursed her red lips, which was extremely seductive. Even Mad Saber Li, who had been indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly opened his eyes. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on Fang Chen. Dong. The saint's stone wall shook 9 times in a row, and then fell silent. Everyone's thoughts were pulled back, but when they saw the mark on the saint's stone wall again, their hearts were even more shocked. How strong is he? Oh my God, the mark he left behind is not even comparable to the Saint Emperor, right? Monster, he's simply a monster. Fang Chen seemed to have obtained some inheritance of Tao, and this spread in everyone's hearts. Many people looked at him with evil intentions. Duan Dongyu finally couldn't bear it and strode toward Fang Chen. The saint's method has a trace of the saint's will left behind. Fang Chen murmured and sighed. He didn't expect that by accident, he would accelerate the progress of the heavenly soul scripture, and the primordial spirit golden elixir had completely materialized. This was indeed a big gain for him. Boy, what did you get from the saint's stone wall? Why did the stone wall have such a strange phenomenon? Duan Dongyu suppressed Fang Chen with an invincible aura. What does it have to do with you what I got? Fang Chen didn't have a good impression of Duan Dongyu and said coldly. The saint's stone wall is something from the 9 saints' mystic realm, and the 9 saints' mystic realm is shared by the 9 domains, so this saint's stone wall also belongs to everyone here. Duan Dongyu said, you can't monopolize anything in the saint's stone wall. If you obtain an inheritance of Tao, share it with everyone, and we won't make things difficult for you. He deliberately emphasized the words inheritance of Tao in order to make more enemies for Fang Chen. Hee, Fang Chen sneered. His gaze swept across everyone. Although they were very restrained, they couldn't hide it from Fang Chen. Brother Fang, did you really obtain an inheritance of Tao? Princess Qin Yun asked. Her temperament was different from the rest, and she was naturally charming. Many people drooled when they saw her, unable to bear it. It's said that the Tianqin family specializes in the primordial spirit Tao, and their charm is unparalleled in the world. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. Fang Chen shrugged. He saw through Princess Qin Yun's charm with a glance. What? Does Princess Qin Yun have the same thoughts as him? Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything. She knew that Fang Chen was asking for her opinion. Light flashed in her eyes as she thought quickly. She was weighing what to do. Fang Chen had great potential. Befriending Fang Chen or offending such a genius for the sake of an unknown inheritance of Tao. Brat, it's useless. Even if Princess Qin Yun doesn't do anything to you, I will still suppress you. Duan Dongyu was very arrogant. If Fang Chen didn't obediently hand over the inheritance he obtained from the Saint's stone wall, he would definitely die. After weighing the pros and cons for a long time, Princess Qin Yun's red lips opened slightly. Brother Fang, just as Brother Duan said, the Saint's stone wall is for everyone to have. Fang Chen waved his hand and interrupted her. Princess Qin Yun's words undoubtedly represented her attitude. There was no need to say anything else. What about you? Fang Chen looked at Crazy Blade. The latter's eyes were deep, as if there were 2 extremely sharp blades hidden in them. He stared at Fang Chen for a long time, then closed his eyes and didn't say anything. He, Crazy Blade, didn't intend to participate in this matter. Brat, quickly hand it over. Duan Dongyu approached and threatened. The others also looked at him covetously. Chapter 3491. Among the many martial artists participating in the Heaven-Defying Alliances assessment, the strongest were Princess Qin Yun, Mad Saber Li, and young Master Duanmo, followed by Duan Dongyu. Now that they were gathered in front of the Saint's stone wall, their every move would affect the outcome of the assessment. Duan Dongyu was domineering, using his identity as the young master of the Duan clan to oppress Fang Chen and suppress the latter with his aura. Fang Chen did not treat Duan Dongyu as an enemy at all. Even young Master Duanmo was no match for him, let alone him. Mad Saber Lee did not care about worldly affairs. He was obsessed with martial arts and had already left a mark on the Saint's stone wall, so he naturally did not want to participate in this matter. With Princess Qin Yun's nod, Duan Dongyu became even more arrogant. The surrounding martial artists were also closing in on Fang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Fang Chen chuckled and swept his gaze across the crowd. Boom. He stood with his hands behind his back, standing under the Saint's stone wall, exuding a majestic aura. It was as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. Kid, I think you're courting death. Duan Dongyu did not believe that he did not get anything. After Fang Chen denied it, he opened his palm and released a terrifying force, ready to strike at any time. 9 heavens divine thunder. Duan Dongyu made his move. With a low roar, he opened his hands and formed a complicated seal. In an instant, the clear sky was covered with dark clouds. In the rolling thunderclouds, there was a terrifying thunder dragon swimming. It's the Duan clan's 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Someone exclaimed. No one expected Duan Dongyu to use his strongest technique right from the start. This was the rhythm of wanting to kill Fang Chen. Princess Qin Yun did not speak from beginning to end. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she stared at the battlefield, as if the outcome was already decided. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique was a thunder punishment secret technique created by the Duan clan's ancestors. It was rumored that once the 9 heavens divine thunder technique was used, it would attract the divine thunder above the 9 heavens. The divine thunder condensed was so powerful that ordinary saint kings would not dare to block it. I wonder what level Duan Dongyu's 9 heavens divine thunder technique has reached. 100 years ago, a certain itinerant saint king killed a few disciples of the Duan clan and angered them. Later on, the Duan clan sent out a saint stage powerhouse to execute the 9 heavens divine thunder technique and kill him on the spot. I've also heard that the Saint Plane cultivator had cultivated the divine thunder technique of 9 heavens to the 6th level and was able to condense 6 divine thunders all at once. No one below the Saint King realm could match him. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. However, Fang Chen was sitting like an old monk. He stood motionless under the saint's stone wall. He didn't even look at Duan Dongyu, as if the countless lightning dragons in the sky posed no threat to him. How pretentious! Duan Dongyu sneered. With a stomp of his foot, he leaped into the air. Boom! At this moment, the countless lightning dragons swimming in the thunderclouds swooped down and arrived beside him. Divine thunder condensation. Duan Dongyu bellowed. The lightning dragon that was swooping down suddenly slowed down as it neared his palm. Everyone was shocked. Those terrifying lightning dragons were entangled and merged with each other. This was divine thunder condensation. Everyone stared at Duan Dongyu, dumbfounded. It had long been rumored that the Duan clan's 9 heavens divine thunder technique was very powerful. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its reputation. 1, 2, 3, Duan Dongyu condensed 4 bolts of divine thunder. Each bolt of divine thunder contained incomparably strong power. The origin of fire? Fang Chen murmured. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique contained the origin of fire and was even more powerful. 4 divine thunders were enough for him to kill enemies of a higher level. At this time, Duan Dongyu was full of confidence. He controlled the 4 divine thunders with both hands and blasted them toward Fang Chen. Kid, this is the result of going against me, Duan Dongyu. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of thunder resounded through the world. The 4 divine thunders bombarded Fang Chen, causing the void to explode. Thick smoke billowed and thunder rumbled. Fang Chen was drowned in the aura of thunder. Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone kept retreating, afraid of being affected by the aura of thunder. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique? Princess Qin Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She then shook her head. No one present could withstand the attack of the 9 heavens divine thunder technique. Boom, boom, boom. The 4 divine thunders exploded on Fang Chen's body. The terrifying power of thunder continued to spread and penetrated into his body, trying to corrode his internal organs. Buzz. Fang Chen activated the yin-yang origin and triggered the yin-yang qi, completely isolating the power of thunder and trapping it in his body. Then, he took out the hidden star sword and displayed the origin sword technique. Swoosh! With one sword, the divine thunders shattered. Poochie! A terrifying sound came from the fog. Everyone was shocked and widened their eyes. They clearly saw the 4 divine thunders exploding. However, a tall figure walked out calmly with a sharp sword in his hand. It's him. When everyone saw Fang Chen's face, they were completely shocked. The 9 heavens divine thunder technique was actually ineffective against him, and judging from his appearance, he didn't seem to be injured at all. "Where's Duan Dongyu?" someone exclaimed. The divine thunders collapsed and the thick fog quickly dispersed. Everyone discovered that there was a corpse lying in the collapsed crater. Whoosh! Everyone took a deep breath and couldn't believe it. Oh my god, Duan Dongyu is dead. How is it possible? Duan Dongyu displayed the 9 heavens divine thunder technique and died at his hands. The 4th level of the 9 heavens divine thunder technique was extremely powerful, but it was killed by Fang Chen with one sword. A single stone caused 1,000 ripples. Countless cultivators looked at Fang Chen with fear. Their hearts were in turmoil. Bang! Fang Chen stabbed the hidden star sword into the ground and looked up at everyone. "Now, is there anyone else who wants to attack me?" Hearing this, everyone kept retreating for fear of angering Fang Chen. The young master of the Duan family in the new expedition weave had cultivated the 4th level of the 9 heavens divine thunder technique, but he couldn't resist Fang Chen's sword. They knew their own strength and didn't dare to challenge him. Princess Qin Yun's expression changed as she stared at Fang Chen. Even Mad Blade Li, who didn't care about worldly affairs, opened his eyes. Amazing. After looking for a long time, Mad Blade Li shook his head and sighed. He thought that he couldn't kill Duan Dongyu with one sword, so he was inferior to Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen put away Duan Dongyu's token and finally looked at Princess Qin Yun. Princess Qin Yun pursed her red lips and didn't say anything. "Princess Qin Yun, are you not going to say anything?" Everyone who had retreated far away trembled. Was he going to settle the score? They panicked and couldn't care less. They fled in panic. However, Fang Chen did not pay any attention to them. "If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If others offend me, I will retaliate." This was Fang Chen's principle and also his bottom line. When everyone attacked him just now, although Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything, she also expressed her stance. She also wanted to obtain his inheritance. Since she wanted it, she had to pay a price. "Brother Fang, you've really hidden yourself well." Chapter 3492. At this point, Princess Qin Yun could only sigh. "I can see that Brother Fang's primordial spirit has reached the core formation stage, but it's not solid enough. I have a primordial spirit visualization technique here that I can give to Brother Fang," Princess Qin Yun said. She knew that Fang Chen wouldn't let it go, so she had no choice but to give in. Of course, there was another more important reason, and that was to take the opportunity to befriend Fang Chen. Primordial spirit visualization techniques were very precious. Even those large domains would find it difficult to take out. She believed that Fang Chen would definitely compromise. Princess Qin Yun has compromised. Many people sighed in the distance. They didn't expect that even someone as strong as Princess Qin Yun would choose to compromise. Fang Chen's strength was already strong enough to make Princess Qin Yun and the others fear him. HMPH, he killed Duan Dongyu. The Duan family will definitely not let it go. With his strength, it's impossible for him to withstand the Duan family's anger. Let's leave quickly. If the Duan family takes their anger out on us, we'll all suffer. In an instant, only 3 people were left in front of the Saint's stone wall. Mad Saber Li looked at Fang Chen with interest, his eyes overflowing with battle intent. He was a martial arts fanatic. As long as he encountered a genius, he would want to fight. Fang Chen shook his head. "I don't lack a visualization technique. Brother Fang." Hearing this, Princess Qin Yun's expression gradually became serious. She said, "After all, you're only at the yin-yang origin realm. No matter how strong you are, you can't be that strong. Now that you've killed Duan Dongyu, the Duan family won't let it go. I admit that I had thoughts about you before and wanted to obtain the secret technique on you. But now, I take back my previous thoughts. Only Fang Chen could make Princess Qin Yun give in. Take this primordial spirit visualization technique, and the grudges between us will be written off. If you're willing to be friends with me, the Tianqin family can protect you. He believed that Fang Chen would weigh the pros and cons. Is that so? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a smile. You think I'm afraid of the Duan family? Princess Qin Yun didn't say anything as she looked at Fang Chen with a smile. 1 billion yin and yang pills and you're zither. Could the visualization technique of the Tianqin aristocratic family be stronger than the heavenly soul scripture? Fang Chen didn't think so, so he didn't ask for it. You, Princess Qin Yun's face changed as she said bluntly, Brother Fang, don't you think this is a bit too much? Overboard? Fang Chen shrugged. Sword chi surged from his body as he approached Princess Qin Yun. When you joined forces with Duan Dongyu to force me, did you ever think that what you did was too much? Now that I've killed Duan Dongyu with a single sword strike, you fear my strength and want to use a visualization technique to resolve this matter? What do you take me for? Or are you saying that you don't fear me, Fang Chen, because of the Tianqin family behind you? Fang Chen's voice grew heavier and heavier until it was filled with a strong killing intent. He was giving Princess Qin Yun time to consider. One had to pay the price for doing something wrong. I know what you're thinking. You can attack me as much as you want. However, I have to remind you that once you attack, there will be no room for reconciliation between us. Fang Chen pointed at Duan Dongyu in the pit and said, he will be your end. Fang Chen's aura was extremely sharp as he stared at Princess Qin Yun. Princess Qin Yun thought for a long time before finally choosing to compromise. This is my zither. Princess Qin Yun waved her hand and handed the zither to Fang Chen. I don't have 1 billion yin and yang pills right now. It's useless even if you kill me. Write an IOU. Princess Qin Yun glared at Fang Chen before writing an IOU. I hope you have the guts to come to my Tianqin aristocratic family and ask for it. Princess Qin Yun said hatefully before she left. Looking at her departing figure, Fang Chen's heart did not waver. He put away the IOU and the zither. Impressive. Clapping sounds could be heard. Fang Chen turned around and saw that it was Crazy Saber, Crazy Li. He rarely praised a person, but Fang Chen's actions made him very surprised. With a yin-yang origin realm cultivation, you shattered the 9 heavens' divine thunder and killed Duan Dongyu. Even I can't do such a thing. Mad Saber Li knew the situation very well. Fang Chen was stronger than him. You are the biggest dark horse in this public recruitment. There are 2 extremes in obsession. Either you go crazy or you reach the peak. Everyone says that you are almost crazy, but I don't think so. Fang Chen smiled. Mad Saber Li, Young Master Duanmo, Princess Qin Yun, everyone in the 9 domains says that the 3 of you are unique geniuses. However, they don't know that Mad Saber Li has already jumped out and left the others far behind. You flatter me. A rare smile appeared on Mad Saber Li's face. No matter how strong I am, I'm not as strong as you. If I'm not wrong, young Master Duanmo should have been heavily injured by you, right? Not long ago, Mad Saber Li had met young Master Duanmo. He thought that there would be a big battle, but he was surprised to find that young Master Duanmo was heavily injured and didn't have the qualifications to make him fight. Fang Chen nodded and didn't deny it. Mad Saber Li stretched out his hand. How about we be friends? Fang Chen glanced at Mad Saber Li and shook hands with him. Mad Saber Li chatted with Fang Chen for a long time. At the same time, he reminded Fang Chen that the Duan clan wouldn't let Duan Dongyu's death go. After the test, he shouldn't leave Nine Saints City. Once he became an official disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it would be much safer to leave the 9 domains. As for Princess Qin Yun, she was a problem. The Guqin you took from Princess Qin Yun is the Tianqin family's heirloom, the Tianmo Guqin. They definitely won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Mad Saber Li said, also, Princess Qin Yun seems to have a fiancé who is a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You have to be careful. Thank you for telling me, Brother Li. Fang Chen cupped his fists. He didn't care about the Li clan. Time passed, and before the final test, no one left a mark on the saint's stone wall. After everyone left the Nine Saints' secret realm, the results of the test came out. Wang Daoyun announced it personally on the Nine Saints Square. There were a total of 3 people who passed the test in the Nine Domains division. They were Mad Saber Li, Princess Qin Yun of the Tianqin family, and Fang Chen. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Many people wondered why young Master Duanmo wasn't there. Soon, the news that young Master Duanmo was severely injured, Duan Dongyu was killed, and even Princess Qin Yun was blackmailed spread. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. Isn't this guy too fierce? He's so glorious now, but I don't know how long he can live. I heard that the Duan clan of the new conquest domain is furious. They've already sent saints to Nine Saints City. The great elder of the Tianqin family is also on his way. Many people didn't think highly of Fang Chen and thought that Fang Chen would definitely die. Chapter 3493. Fang Chen had asked for 1 billion yin-yang pills from Princess Qin Yun. Moreover, it was an IOU. Some people secretly learned of the news and were shocked. The Tianqin family was a large family with great power. What was a mere Fang Chen to them? However, there were also people who said that Fang Chen had become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. With this identity, the Tianqin family would not dare to attack him. Countless people were waiting to see if Fang Chen would go to the Tianqin family to ask for 1 billion yin-yang pills. Demonic qi lingered on a mountain outside Nine Saints City. The Duanmo young master scanned the city. When he saw Fang Chen, his anger soared. However, he did not act rashly. Fang Chen could kill Duan Dongyu with one strike and force Princess Qin Yun to retreat. This was enough to show his strength. Damn it, this guy is clearly only at the yin-yang origin realm. Why is he so strong? The Duanmo young master did not understand and cursed through gritted teeth. He must have a big secret. The Duanmo young master licked his dry lips and outlined a vicious plan in his mind. It's all your fault. If not for you, I would have been able to join the heaven-defying alliance. Thinking of this, the Duanmo young master's anger toward Fang Chen intensified infinitely. The 9 domains were at the edge of the God's Fall battlefield. Cultivation resources were scarce and there were few ancient experts. Therefore, everyone here had only one goal, and that was to do everything possible to join the heaven-defying alliance. The Duanmo young master was the most outstanding genius of the Duanmo family. Even the sleeping expert behind the Duanmo family had once said that the Duanmo young master might step into the saint realm in the future. What did this mean? Wang. The Duanmo young master sent a message. Young master, we have arrived outside Nine Saints City. Soon, the Duanmo family met up with the Duanmo young master. Young master, that guy is in Nine Saints City. It's very difficult for us to do anything, one of the elders said. That's right. He can be considered a preparatory disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If we do anything, Wang Daoyun will not sit idly by. Clearly, the Duanmo family did not dare to challenge Wang Daoyun and the heaven-defying alliance. However, our Duanmo family cannot turn a blind eye to this. It's time to settle things with him. Surrounded by the elders, the Duanmo young master stepped into Nine Saints City with a violent demonic aura. In an instant, the vast Nine Saints City was filled with terrifying demonic qi. Everyone's pupils constricted, and then they were somewhat excited. The people from the Duanmo family had arrived. When they saw Duanmo young master's expression, they were even more certain that the rumors were true. Young master Duanmo's qi and blood are weak. Looks like the rumors are true. To be able to kill Duan Dongyu in one strike, defeating young master Duanmo shouldn't be too difficult. The Duanmo family came in such a menacing manner. Is it to demand an explanation from Fang Chen? Many people were guessing. After all, the hope of the Duanmo family had been snuffed out by Fang Chen. How could such a huge clan tolerate this? Of course, there were also some who believed that even though the Duanmo clan was powerful, they wouldn't dare to make a move against the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Voila! The crowd parted to form a path for him. Young Master Duanmo walked in front of Fang Chen, and behind him, several elders stared at Fang Chen fiercely. You're Fang Chen? The Grand Elder asked indifferently. Fang Chen shrugged and didn't say anything. My Duan family has no grudge with you, but you plotted against my young master, causing him to be unable to join the heaven-defying alliance. Shouldn't you give my Duan family an explanation? The Duan family was overbearing, and their tyrannical aura pressured Fang Chen. Explanation? Fang Chen was surprised. Were these people's heads caught in the door? They actually came to ask for an explanation? That's right. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the battle strength of a sage king. I believe that even Wang Daoyun will give my Duan family an explanation. The Grand Elder said. His attitude was strong, and he insisted on an explanation. Kid, if you hadn't sneak attacked me, I would have killed you. Young Master Duanmore said gloomily. HMPH, you? Fang Chen scoffed. After being provoked by Fang Chen, young Master Duanmore was about to attack, but he was stopped by the Grand Elder. Boom. Boom. The Grand Elder took a step forward, and a golden talisman appeared in his palm. Buzz. When the power of the talisman spread out, everyone was shocked. The pressure of a sage king? The golden talisman is one of the strongest means of the Duanmore family. No wonder the Duanmore family dared to come to Fang Chen to ask for an explanation. The golden talisman contained the origin of gold, and it was sharp and domineering. The moment it detonated, it could kill everyone below the Sage King. The Grand Elder flicked his wrist, and the talisman floated in mid-air. How is it? Seeing the Grand Elder's gloating expression, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. Fine, since you want an explanation, I'll give you one. Buzz. Suddenly, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand, and sword chi surged around his body. Terrifying sword chi soared into the sky, forming a rain of swords. Primeval Chaos Sword Art. Fang Chen displayed the Primeval Chaos Sword Art, and a terrifying sword light pierced through heaven and earth. Retreat! Everyone exclaimed and retreated quickly. You're courting death. Seeing this, the Grand Elder was stunned, and he activated the golden talisman with all his strength. I didn't want to waste this golden talisman, but since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Whoosh. Whoosh. The terrifying origin of gold in the golden talisman surged wildly. Everyone thought that a fierce battle was about to break out. They were waiting to see how Fang Chen would resist the golden talisman, which was said to be the nemesis of the Sage King. Crack. However, a second later, they were completely stunned. Wherever their gazes landed, the hidden star sword shattered the golden talisman with an invincible power. Boom. Boom. Then, Fang Chen flicked his wrist, and the golden talisman instantly exploded. A terrifying aura swept through the sky. Everyone trembled, and a storm was set off in their hearts. Bang! The mighty origin of gold was defeated by the hidden star sword. When the fog dissipated, Fang Chen was motionless, as if he had never made a move. And the Grand Elder of the Duanmore family who asked him for an explanation was already dead. The golden talisman had long dissipated. Whoosh! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Even the young master of the Duanmore family was stunned, and they could not believe their eyes. The Grand Elder was a Sage Realm expert, and with the golden talisman, he was invincible under the Sage King. However, he was killed by Fang Chen with a single sword strike. How terrifying was this? How intimidating was this? Dead. The Duanmore family's Grand Elder is dead. Oh my god, how strong is this guy? Invincible under the Sage King, he's definitely invincible under the Sage King. After a long time, exclamations came from the crowd. This battle had intimidated everyone. Do you still want an explanation? Fang Chen put away the hidden star sword and asked lightly. No. I don't want it. The young master of the Duanmore family wanted to leave Nine Saint City in a panic. You have committed many evil deeds, so there's no need for you to leave. The young master of the Duanmore family died with one punch. Young master. The others roared angrily, but they did not dare to stay and fled. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with grave eyes. The news spread quickly, and the 9 domains were shocked. Even Wang Daoyun was full of praise for Fang Chen, and Yuan Venerate Han's eyes widened. Daoist Fang has unparalleled potential and astonishing strength. The Guqin of the Tianqin family will not be disgraced in your hands. Take it as a gift to make friends. As for the 1 billion yin-yang pills that you asked for, the Tianqin family cannot take out that many for the time being. This time, we only brought 500 million to give to you. Soon, the voice of the Tianqin family came from Nine Saint City. That day, someone saw Princess Qin Yun personally give 500 million yin-yang pills to Fang Chen. As for the elders of the Tianqin family, they did not dare to appear at all. The Tianqin family and the Duanmo family successively compromised. Everyone was in an uproar. One person was suppressing one domain. Fang Chen had the bearing of Wang Daoyun back in the day, and some people even said that his bearing was even greater. New expedition domain, Duan family. Today, the atmosphere in the Duan family was particularly solemn. The elders held an emergency meeting, and even the sleeping powerhouse had awakened. In the meeting hall, the Duan family patriarch was dressed in black and had a gloomy expression. Duan Dongyu was his only son. Now that his son had been killed, he had no way of taking revenge. Patriarch, the Duan family cannot let this go. The thief killed the young master. He must be exterminated. Everyone, calm down. The person who killed the young master is too strong. He is invincible under the sacred ruler realm. If we are not careful, the Duan family will fall into eternal damnation. Everyone present had heard the news of the Tianqin family and the Duanmo family compromising. They were shocked. Could it be that the Duan family also had to compromise? Step back. Just as everyone was arguing, a heavy voice sounded. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked over. Beside the Duan clan's patriarch, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. A vortex appeared on this person's body. It was unfathomable. He is invincible among the sacred rulers in the yin-yang origin realm. That guy is very likely the reincarnation of some ancient powerhouse. Moreover, he has become a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. If the Duan family confronts him, we will definitely die. This person was the remaining powerhouse behind the Duan family. Back then, he had participated in the Battle of God's Fall and knew better than anyone how terrifying the heaven-defying alliance was. This matter will end here. The Duan family can develop in peace. One day, it will become a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. The person said, "Do not oppose the heaven-defying alliance at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure dissipated. There was a dead silence in the meeting hall. Even the remaining powerhouse said so. What else could the Duan family do? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wang Daoyun personally brought Princess Qin Yun, Mad Saber Li, and Fang Chen to the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance. Undercurrents were surging in the outside world, and it was extremely chaotic. However, the Duan clan remained silent. Everyone was shocked. Even the Duan family chose to step back. Fang Chen's power had been established. It was not an exaggeration to say that he alone suppressed the 9 regions. Even Wang Daoyun was full of praise for him. One person suppressing an entire family. I admire you. Mad Saber Li cupped his fists. On the side, Princess Qin Yun had a complicated expression. She was silent. Wang Daoyun looked at Fang Chen with a smile. You are now a celebrity in the 9 regions. You are more famous than I was back then. What kind of genius am I in front of senior brother Wang? Fang Chen laughed. Wang Daoyun shook his head. Fang Chen had sounded the drum 5 times at the top of the Saint Drum Tower. Chapter 3494. Heaven-defying weave. The core of the entire God's Fall battlefield was also the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance. A single force could occupy such a large territory. From this, one could see how strong the heaven-defying alliance was. A few months later, under Wang Daoyun's lead, the group finally stepped into the heaven-defying weave. Whoosh! Fang Chen and the others saw the scene in front of them and took a deep breath. They were shocked. The heaven-defying weave was shrouded in terrifying power. The void was filled with endless spatial storms. If one barged in carelessly, they would definitely be killed by the spatial storms. There are countless disciples in the heaven-defying alliance, but most of them are training outside. Not many remain in the heaven-defying weave. Wang Daoyun introduced. At the same time, he told the three that although the heaven-defying weave was the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance, it was only a place for ordinary disciples to cultivate. The most powerful force in the heaven-defying alliance, the Holy Ji Palace, was not here. Where is the Holy Ji Palace? Princess Qin Yun could not help but ask. Wang Daoyun glanced at her and shook his head. The Holy Ji Palace is the most mysterious and powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. Its disciples are the most monstrous geniuses in the entire God's Fall battlefield. No one knows the location of the Holy Ji Palace except for its disciples and the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen nodded. He could understand. After all, the Holy Ji Palace gathered many monstrous disciples. Once the other forces found out and attacked the Holy Ji Palace disciples, the losses would be great. Let's go. I'll take you to the official disciple ceremony first. As they spoke, a person hurried over from afar. Greetings, Senior Brother Wang. The person wore black armor and was surrounded by a faint layer of flames. Fang Chen could sense that this person's cultivation should be at the level of a third-level Holy King. I heard that Senior Brother Wang was in charge of the recruitment of the 9 Regions Division and recruited a few good disciples. The news of the 9 Regions Division had already spread to the heaven-defying alliance. Many people were surprised when they heard about Fang Chen. The person in front of them was called Shi Chen. He was considered good among the ordinary disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Wang Daoyun nodded and pointed at Fang Chen. When Shi Chen's gaze fell on Fang Chen, he instantly changed. Overflowing with fighting spirit, he took a step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. You're only at the Yin-Yang origin realm, but you have the battle prowess of a Saint King. I heard that you're invincible below the Saint King realm, and can suppress an entire clan by yourself. I, Shi Chen, would like to experience it. She said solemnly. Mad Saber Li and Princess Qin Yun looked at Fang Chen, who shrugged helplessly. Senior Brother Shi Chen, the rumors in the 9 regions are too exaggerated. I'm only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. How can I defeat you? Fang Chen politely declined. Shi Chen's face darkened. What? Junior brother, are you not going to give me face? You are no match for him. Wang Daoyun's voice rang out, startling Shi Chen. His expression kept changing. Senior Brother Wang, Shi Chen wanted to say something but was stopped by Wang Daoyun. All right, Elder Li is already waiting. I'll bring them to the official disciple ceremony first. Done talking, Wang Daoyun brought the 3 people and left. Shi Chen's eyes flashed with a murderous aura as he watched them leave. In a square. Ha ha ha, Daoyun, I heard that there are a few good seedlings in your 9 regions division. Elder Li greeted him with a smile. Elder Li Wang Daoyun greeted him. Fang Chen and the others also cupped their fists. I've brought them here. Can we start the disciple ceremony now? As he spoke, Wang Daoyun took out a crystal ball from his bosom. Elder Li took it and poured his power into it. Immediately, images appeared in front of him. The crystal ball recorded the entire process of the public recruitment. It was also used by the heaven-defying alliance to determine whether the recruited disciples were qualified to join the alliance. After watching it, Elder Li was amazed. He stared at Fang Chen. Young man, you have great potential. There's hope for you to join the Dao Palace. The Dao Palace was the most powerful palace in the heaven-defying alliance. It had nurtured countless geniuses. There were even invincible saints. Joining the Dao Palace meant that one was destined to become a top expert in the Godfall battlefield. All right, I'll start the disciple ceremony for you. Elder Li didn't waste any more time and quickly finished the ceremony. Then, Elder Li led Fang Chen and the others to a mountain peak. There was a powerful origin gathering formation around the mountain peak. It could gather the origin aura between heaven and earth. It was a holy land for cultivation for Saint Realm martial artists. From the foot of the mountain to the top, there were many caves. This mountain peak is called Origin Gathering Mountain. Most of the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have built caves to cultivate here. The rich origin aura was beneficial for the comprehension of origin. The closer you get to the top, the thicker the origin aura. However, the establishment of caves also requires strength. Only with strength can one build a cave at a high place. Elder Li explained. There are 2 empty caves at the second step at the foot of the mountain. You too can cultivate here. Elder Li gave Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Li a cave residence. Then he looked at Fang Chen and pointed to a cave in the middle of the 9th step halfway up the mountain. Your cave is here. After watching the recruitment process recorded in the crystal ball, Elder Li couldn't help but sigh. Fang Chen's potential was too strong. With his yin-yang origin realm cultivation, he could unleash the battle strength of a 3rd-level Holy King. It was quite good in the heaven-defying alliance. Therefore, according to the division of potential, Fang Chen deserved the cave on the 9th step. Thank you, Elder Li. Fang Chen nodded. At a glance, there were a total of 18 steps on Origin Gathering Mountain. Fang Chen could get a cave on the 9th step as soon as he arrived, which was enough to show the importance of the heaven-defying alliance. After allocating the caves, Elder Li handed the 3 of them a jade pendant. This jade pendant records the basic origin comprehension of the heaven-defying alliance, as well as the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. Every new disciple could obtain the basic origin comprehension and the unique skill of the reverse tablet hand. The unique skill of the reverse tablet hand was a standard for every disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. The reverse tablet hand was the foundation. Only by cultivating it to perfection could one cultivate the other unique skills of the heaven-defying alliance. In addition to the first time, each of them was given 100,000 yin and yang pills. This, Princess Qin Yun opened her mouth wide in disbelief. In the outside world, the total value of a Sage King was only about 100,000 yin and yang pills. But in the heaven-defying alliance, giving a new disciple 100,000 yin and yang pills was too extravagant. As expected of the heaven-defying alliance. Even Mad Saber Li sighed. After settling down, Elder Li and Wang Daoyun left Origin Gathering Mountain. In a magnificent palace. You're back. A black figure appeared out of thin air and looked at Wang Daoyun. Vice Palace Master, this time, our 9 Regions branch has recruited a total of 3 disciples. One of them has great potential. Wang Daoyun explained Fang Chen's situation in detail. The black figure's expression was solemn. Observe him in secret first. If it's as you said, we can recruit him into the Dao Palace. The black figure said. Wang Daoyun nodded. The headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance was bustling with noise and excitement. This was because not only were the 9 Regions branch recruiting disciples, but the other branches were also sending disciples over. Many new disciples were very curious about the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, there were also some disciples who were used to being arrogant in the outside world. When they came to the heaven-defying alliance, they were disobedient and looked down on others. They were quickly taught a lesson by the senior disciples. Brother Fang, have you heard? Halfway up the mountain, in the 8th cave on the 9th step, Mad Saber Li and Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and drank tea. The 1st-level Sage King of the Yun Peak branch had one of his legs broken. And the 2nd-level Sage King of the Wushu branch offended an old disciple and was seriously injured and almost crippled. With each person mentioned, Mad Saber Li's expression became more and more serious. He brought it on himself. Fang Chen said calmly. They were considered top geniuses in their respective territories. They were arrogant and no one dared to provoke them. This made them arrogant. Now that they had come to the headquarters of the heaven-defying alliance, they didn't know how to behave. They deserved to die. Which disciple of the heaven-defying alliance isn't a genius? Fang Chen said. Strength is the most important. No matter how strong one's potential is, it can't be transformed into combat power. Mad Saber Li nodded. He understood what Fang Chen meant. But speaking of which, among the disciples recruited this time, Brother Fang, your potential is the strongest, and your strength should also be the strongest, Mad Saber Li praised. Fang Chen shook his head. Never be arrogant. Never be arrogant. There was always someone better than you. Brother Li, you didn't come to me just to chat, right? Mad Saber Li's expression changed slightly. He immediately took out 500 million yin and yang pills from his Sumeru ring and said, "Princess Qin Yun asked me to give this to you." Previously, the Tianqin family had given Fang Chen 500 million yin and yang pills. He still owed another 500 million. Now, Princess Qin Yun had made up for it. Fang Chen put away the yin and yang pills. His impression of Princess Qin Yun had changed a lot. "Brother Fang, I have one more thing." "Brother Li, just say it." Normally, a new disciple can only cultivate on the 3rd step at most, but you went directly to the 9th step. Many new disciples are very dissatisfied with you, thinking that you got it through the back door. Madman Li continued, "In addition, some senior disciples have also developed resentment towards you. They believe that you have occupied the resources that originally belonged to them. There are even people who have threatened to teach you a lesson and let you know that a new disciple should behave like a new disciple." Fang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Sure enough, his guess was right. Elder Li probably had this intention when he assigned him the cave abode on the 9th step. "Want to teach me a lesson? I'm afraid you don't have the strength." Fang Chen pondered in his heart. He said, "I just want to cultivate in peace. If someone provokes me, I won't be indifferent." This cave abode on the 9th step was assigned to me by the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If they have any objections, they can go to Elder Li. Brother Fang, I've said all that needs to be said. You have to be careful. If there's any other news, I'll tell Brother Fang. Mad Saber Li stood up, cupped his fists to Fang Chen, and left. With his strength, he could only cultivate on the 2nd step. Although he could only come to the 9th step with Fang Chen's permission, those who lived here were all extremely powerful disciples. If someone was deliberately looking for trouble, he couldn't say anything. Chapter 3495. Those who could become disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance were all geniuses. Their potential could be said to be the strongest in the world. Geniuses were always arrogant. After learning that a new disciple was living on the 9th step, some senior disciples were shocked. They even openly asked Fang Chen to leave the 9th step. Some disciples even threatened Fang Chen with a duel. In short, because of Fang Chen's arrival, the peaceful Heaven-Defying Alliance was stirred up. Today, many people gathered at the foot of Juyuan Mountain. The leader was a yin-yang origin realm warrior. He was called Yin Tong. His eyes could see through everything, and he was known to be invincible in the yin-yang origin realm. He came from the Central Territory. In the entire God's Fall battlefield, no one in the yin-yang origin realm could defeat him. His potential was so strong that it made people tremble. As soon as he came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, a large number of new disciples followed him. He was arrogant and seemed to have formed a small group. Senior brother Yin Tong, Fang Chen is now cultivating in the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. Behind Yin Tong, countless warriors said, "I heard that he hasn't come out since he entered the 8th cave abode. He must have heard some rumors, so he chose to hide. Humph, he's only in the yin-yang origin realm. What right does he have to stay on the 9th step? Senior brother Yin Tong is the most qualified to cultivate there." "That's right. Senior brother Yin Tong, you must teach him a lesson and show him humility. Only senior brother Yin Tong is qualified to stay in the 8th cave abode." A group of people was flattering Yin Tong. Many free disciples were watching from afar. Even some senior disciples on the mountainside walked out of their cave abodes to see this scene. "I've heard of Yin Tong. He has good potential," someone commented on the mountainside. "Unfortunately, he's not smart enough to be used as a tool." Another person sneered. Obviously, it wasn't Yin Tong who wanted to deal with Fang Chen, but Lin Yi, who was known to have the most potential among all the disciples recruited this time. Lin Yi also comes from the Central Territory. The Lin family is one of the top 10 factions of the God's Fall battlefield. His potential is indeed great. He is truly invincible in the yin-yang essence realm. It is said that he once killed a 3rd-level holy king on his own. With such potential, he was placed on the 7th step. You can imagine that he was very unhappy, so he wanted to cause trouble for Fang Chen, said the person from before. However, I'm also very curious. What kind of ability does Fang Chen have to be able to reach the 9th step? Several veteran disciples were curious. At this moment, at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, Yin Tong had already begun to challenge Fang Chen, but the latter remained indifferent. Bang! Not long after, someone brought Mad Saber Li over. Yin Tong waved her palm and suppressed Mad Saber Li. I heard that you're very close to Fang Chen? Yinmu questioned. Mad Saber Madman Li snorted coldly. His expression was cold, and he was not afraid of the sound pupil at all. Go! Give me Fang Chen, or I don't mind taking your life, Yin Tong threatened. If you want to challenge Brother Fang, go ahead and find him. What's the use of such dirty tricks? Mad Saber Li seemed to have gone mad. I think you're most likely afraid of Brother Fang, so you're using me to threaten Brother Fang, right? He was called Mad Saber because he was very bold. Even facing Yin Tong, he wasn't afraid. You're courting death. Yin Tong was furious to be humiliated by a little holy king. Bang! 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 However, before she could do anything, some disciples behind her beat her to it. Senior brother Yin Tong has unparalleled potential. He's invincible in the yin-yang essence realm, and his combat ability is comparable to a third-level holy king. Who do you think you are? How dare you order senior brother Yin Tong around? Several disciples joined forces to beat Mad Saber. However, Mad Saber was very stubborn. He didn't make a sound from the beginning to the end. I'd like to see how long you can be stubborn. A group of people continued to beat and kick Mad Saber. Mad Saber Li was a genius in the 9 Realms branch, and he was very powerful. However, in the entire Godfall battlefield, he was nothing. The people following Yin Tong were all proud sons of heaven from various territories. They were much stronger than Mad Blade. Fang Chen, you're not bad. Come on. Do you want to watch your brother die because of you? Yin Tong's voice contained strong power. It passed through the barrier and sounded halfway up the mountain. There was no movement in the 8th cave residence halfway up the mountain. Seeing this, Yin Tong's face darkened. Are you a coward? Seems like you're nothing. Yin Tong mocked him coldly. If he hadn't been afraid of the rules of the heaven-defying alliance, he would have stepped onto the 9th step alone and killed Fang Chen. How can trash like him cultivate on the 9th step? He doesn't even dare to accept senior brother Yin Tong's challenge. How can he be called a genius? It's a disgrace to be in the same sect as you. Many people were humiliating Fang Chen. 2 figures stood at the top of the mountain in the distance. One of them had an imposing appearance and gave people a feeling of emptiness. Beside him, a woman in a purple dress stood gracefully. Brother Yi, it seems that Fang Chen doesn't dare to accept the challenge. A sweet smile appeared on the pretty face of the woman in the purple dress. It could be seen from her eyes that she was infatuated with Lin Yi. Lin Yi turned around and prepared to leave. He had thought that Fang Chen was a great genius, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. Brother Yi, you come from the Central Territory and have the greatest potential. You're truly invincible in the yin-yang origin realm. How can a disciple from the barbaric territory compare with you? The woman in the purple dress followed him closely. However, right at this moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation suddenly rippled over from afar. Lin Yi stopped and turned his head to look. The gate of the 8th cave residence opened, and Fang Chen walked out. Swish, swish, swish. Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the mountain in a few strides. He glanced at Mad Blade Li, who was covered in wounds, and then his eyes fell on Yin Tong. You're looking for me? Fang Chen asked. You're finally not a coward anymore? Yin Tong sized up Fang Chen and sneered. Since you're here, let's fight. If you lose, give up the cave residence on the 9th step and get out of the heaven-defying alliance. What if you lose? Fang Chen asked expressionlessly. In fact, those who knew Fang Chen well all knew that he was extremely furious. Brother Fang, don't agree. Mad Blade Li stood up with difficulty and yelled, it's not Yin Tong who wants to deal with you. It's Lin Yi, who's said to be invincible in the yin-yang origin realm. Lin Yi. After hearing these 2 words, everyone's expression changed. Noisy. Yin Tong was annoyed and slapped Mad Blade Li bang. However, before his slap landed, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Rip. Then, a big hand calmly took Crazy Blade Li away. Boom. Chapter 3496. Fang Chen looked at Mad Blade Li apologetically. The latter was implicated because of him. Don't worry. I'll make them pay double for what you've suffered. He patted Mad Blade Li's shoulder heavily and made him retreat to a safe place. Since when did a lackey become so arrogant? The word lackey stung Yin Tong. Like Lin Yi, he came from the Central Territory, but Lin Yi's potential was slightly higher than his. The Lin family could give him everything he wanted, so he chose to follow Lin Yi. His first battle in the heaven-defying alliance was to prove his value to Lin Yi. At this moment, being called a lackey by Fang Chen, Yin Tong was burning with anger. You're courting death. Yin Tong roared angrily and opened his eyes. Two terrifying beams of light shot out. Buzz. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin quickly condensed into a sword armor. Bang! 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 No matter how powerful the beams of light were, they couldn't break through the sword armor's defense. I remember that the Heaven-Defying Alliance has a rule that the grudges between disciples can be settled in the martial arts arena. Fang Chen said leisurely, under Juyuan Mountain, if I don't agree to fight with you, you can't attack me. Strictly speaking, you've already broken the rules by attacking Brother Li. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. They weren't Lin Yi, and they were naturally afraid of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's punishment. Humph, are you trying to scare me? Yin Tong sneered. I dared to come today because I'm prepared. Not long ago, senior brother Lin Yi personally found Elder Li and explained his intentions. Elder Li also agreed to let us challenge you. Hearing this, everyone cheered. Now, it's not up to you to refuse. Yin Tong closed in with a fierce aura. He took a step forward and came to Fang Chen's side. Kid, I'll give you a chance to fight fairly. How about it? Fang Chen looked at Yin Tong and shook his head slightly, as if sighing. You're no match for me. Let Lin Yi do it. Humph, why should senior brother Lin Yi fight an ant like you? Yin Tong was furious. Terrifying aura spread all over his body. He opened his heavenly eye and used his most powerful eye sorcery. Wang. Two terrifying glows gathered in his eyes, forming a terrifying storm. Eye technique. Fang Chen murmured. Everyone in the crowd shook their heads. None of them were optimistic about Fang Chen. Among the new disciples, Yin Tong's potential is second only to Lin Yi. This Fang Chen is probably not her match. It's said that Fang Chen came from the 9 regions. How strong could he be in such a barbaric place? That's right. A genius like senior brother Wang Daoyun doesn't appear all the time. Back then, Wang Daoyun's rise had made the world aware of the 9 regions division. But now, a disciple from the 9 regions branch was actually occupying the 9th step of Origin Gathering Mountain. This was intolerable. Demon God Eyes of Heaven's End. After she finished accumulating her power, Yin Tong let out a low roar. The light in her eyes shot out at an unbelievable speed. The terrifying light contained an extremely powerful origin energy. Yin Tong had already touched the threshold of origin and formed the shape of origin. He was only one step away from comprehending origin. Actually, with senior brother Yin Tong's potential, he could have entered the Saint Realm long ago. He just didn't want to. The others nodded. Yin Tong was consolidating his foundation. He even wanted to comprehend origin in the Yin-Yang origin realm. In this way, once he entered the Saint Realm, his combat power would reach a whole new level. This eye sorcery isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's too weak in your hands. Fang Chen also had some understanding of eye sorcery. After all, he had absorbed the Supreme Ancestral Eye and knew some simple uses of eye sorcery. He immediately saw the flaw in Yin Tong's eye sorcery. His light is at its weakest when it's 1 inch away from me. Fang Chen thought to himself. Whoosh! Under the control of Yin Tong, 2 terrifying glows shot toward Fang Chen. When they were 1 inch away from Fang Chen, they suddenly slowed down. However, because the eye sorcery was too strong, none of the surrounding disciples noticed it. Break! However, at this moment, Fang Chen attacked first. He clenched his fists and punched at the 2 glows. Everyone cried out in alarm. Was he crazy? Blocking the eye sorcery with his bare hands? How was that possible? Many people thought that Fang Chen was crazy and would do anything in a panic. You're asking for death. Yin Tong sneered and increased the power of the eye sorcery. You can't block my eye of the heavenly demon. Yin Tong was very confident in his eye sorcery. He was a natural pupil. His golden eyes could see through everything. But soon, the smile on his face disappeared. Huh! His golden eyes shone with dazzling light. He saw the trajectory of Fang Chen's fists. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Only he knew the trajectory of his eye sorcery. Even Lin Yi couldn't figure it out. How could a yin-yang origin realm cultivator figure it out when he saw it for the first time? He didn't believe that Fang Chen had found the flaw of his eye sorcery. It's a coincidence. Yin Tong comforted himself and sped up the attack. Boom! Fang Chen's fist radiance carried an unparalleled force as it heavily smashed into the two terrifying rays of light. At this moment, the two glows were exactly 1 inch away from where Fang Chen had been. When the two glows were at their weakest, Fang Chen succeeded. Boom! 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 Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the eye sorcery shattered. Fang Chen returned to his original place, unharmed. The void was trembling, and the sound eye was greatly stimulated. No, it's impossible. His golden eyes clearly saw the scene just now. Fang Chen attacked when his eye sorcery was at its weakest. Have you seen my demon god's eye sorcery? Yin Tong quickly steadied himself after his attack failed. He asked coldly. Everyone around was speechless. It was dead silent. The demon god's eye sorcery was said to be invincible. But Fang Chen had cracked it easily. And it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength. What on earth was going on? Everyone was astonished. Fang Chen shook his head. Your eye sorcery is full of flaws. How dare you say it's invincible? Yin Tong was furious. He attacked again. Bang! This time, Fang Chen gained the upper hand by making the first move. He directly sent him flying with a punch. Crack! Yin Tong's body fell heavily to the ground. His bones were broken. He lost his combat ability. His eyes were dim and lifeless. No! Yin Tong couldn't accept this fact. He went crazy. Unfortunately, he couldn't fight anymore. In the distance, Lin Yi, who was about to leave, couldn't help but say, "What a loser." Chapter 3497. He defeated the arrogant sound pupil with one punch. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that sound pupil was known to be invincible, but Fang Chen could find the flaw in his pupil technique. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed and rubbed their eyes hard. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Poochie. Sound pupil wanted to stand up, but he was too injured to do so. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he couldn't fight anymore. Among the new disciples, sound pupil's strength was second only to Lin Yi, but he was defeated by Fang Chen. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. The man they looked down on was so strong. Fang Chen stood at the foot of Juyuan Mountain with his hands behind his back. Not far away, Mad Blade Li's eyes were shining. Fang Chen had indeed hidden his strength in the test. Mad Blade Li even suspected that Fang Chen hadn't used his full strength. He felt that Fang Chen was unfathomable. Beside him, Palace Master Qin Yun's beautiful eyes kept flashing. She was scared. Fortunately, she took the initiative to return the 500 million yin and yang pills. Otherwise, the Tianqin family would be destroyed if they provoked such an enemy. Whoosh! She took a deep breath and tried to calm down. She looked at Fang Chen with her beautiful eyes. What kind of person was he? Why did he keep creating miracles? Now, we're not enemies, right? Princess Qin Yun pursed her lips. Someone walked to Sound Pupil and helped him up, ready to leave. Senior brother Sound Pupil, we can't stay here for long. Seeing that Sound Pupil didn't want to leave, the person continued to dissuade him. Where there's life, there's hope. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Senior brother Sound Pupil, let's leave first. He wasn't sure if Fang Chen would continue to attack Sound Pupil. Humph, Fang Chen, I'll remember you. Yin Tong snorted coldly and left after saying those harsh words. You were the one who was arrogant and thought I wasn't qualified to live on the 9th step. You were the one who told me to get lost, right? Where's your arrogance? Fang Chen's voice sounded faintly. The Sound Eye stopped and turned to glare at Fang Chen. When you were dealing with me, you were so aggressive. Now that you've been defeated by me, you're leaving like a stray dog. Fang Chen sneered. Although he disdained killing Yu Tong, it didn't mean that he was a pushover. Fang Chen, I admit that you are indeed very strong. I, Yin Tong, have nothing to say about being defeated by you today. However, if you want to use this opportunity to humiliate me, you will regret it. Even now, the Sound Eye was threatening Fang Chen. He came from the Central Weave and had a huge force behind him. As for Fang Chen, a martial artist from the Barbaric Weave, what was he? Regret. Fang Chen sneered. It seems that you still don't understand your situation. Saying this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, firing a brilliant ray of light. Poochie. The Sound Eye had no time to dodge, and his legs were broken. With a bang, he fell to the ground and screamed. Ah! The Sound Eye bared his teeth and glared at Fang Chen. The Sound Eye wanted to rush up several times, but he couldn't do it. With his current strength, it was difficult to repair his broken legs. Fang Chen, that's enough. Senior brother Yu Tong has already lost to you. What else do you want? Where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Senior brother Yu Tong has senior brother Lin Yi behind him. If senior brother Lin Yi intervenes, there will be no end to this. Many people stood up for the Sound Eye. Fang Chen glanced at the crowd and stretched out a finger. 1 billion yin and yang pills. This is the end of this matter. Whoosh. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Fang Chen was simply asking for too much. After all, the heaven-defying alliance only rewarded the new disciples with 1 billion yin and yang pills. How could he take it all at once? What? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. He humiliated me first and threatened to kill me. Now that I defeated him, he's pretending to be pitiful. If we were in different positions and I was defeated, would he still let me live? The Sound Eye was silent. Fang Chen was right. If the Sound Eye won, then Fang Chen would not be able to escape unscathed. At least, he would be half disabled. Fang Chen, you've gone too far. Someone couldn't help but curse at Fang Chen. Slap. Fang Chen swung his hand, and a crisp sound was heard. The person who had just spoken had a red handprint on his face. Damn it, the Sound Eye was burning with anger, but he restrained himself in the end. Know your place before you speak. Fang Chen's attitude was very strong. This time, he had made a show of force. The others didn't dare to plead for the Sound Eye anymore. The Sound Eye felt ashamed. Countless hot eyes looked at him. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. 1 billion yin and yang pills. I'll give it to you. Clatter. The Sound Eye threw 1 billion yin and yang pills to Fang Chen. Before he left, he said some harsh words. I hope you'll be alive to spend the 1 billion yin and yang pills. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples shook their heads when they saw this. This guy's strength is not bad, but it's easy to break. His action will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to himself. Just watch. Lin Yi will be here soon. Sure enough, Lin Yi arrived while they were talking. The crowd opened up a path, and a tall man in black armor slowly walked over with a woman in a purple dress. There was a smile on his face from beginning to end. He gave people a harmless feeling, but in fact, he was very dangerous. It's Lin Yi. Is senior brother Lin Yi here? Is he the one who is known as the strongest among the new disciples? After seeing Lin Yi, the entire foot of Juyuan Mountain was in an uproar. Lin Yi's name had long been famous. His potential was unparalleled in the current generation. He had vaguely become the leader of the new disciples. Not bad. Lin Yi stood not far from Fang Chen and said. It was not hard to imagine how strong Fang Chen's performance was for Lin Yi to praise him like this. Are you finally willing to show up? In fact, Fang Chen had already known that Lin Yi was watching from afar. I, Lin Yi, have fought countless genius disciples in my life, but looking at the past, you're the one with the strongest potential I've ever seen. Lin Yi said leisurely. However, no matter what, the sound eye is working for me. You shouldn't have broken his legs. All of a sudden, Lin Yi's tone changed and became fierce. Lin Yi's cultivation cave was not as high as a yin-yang origin realm disciple's. He was not convinced, but he was not willing to lower himself to fight. Therefore, he found the sound eye. The latter was working for him. As the saying goes, one has to look at the owner before beating a dog. However, he still broke the sound eye's legs when he knew. This was a provocation. Provoking Lin Yi? Haha. Lin Yi's ferocious eyes flashed with a trace of a sneer. It was as if Fang Chen was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Working for you? So you're not satisfied with the cave abode I assigned to the 9th step? Fang Chen said. Lin Yi did not deny it and nodded. Fang Chen, although you have great potential, you're from the wasteland domain. How can you compare with Brother Yi? The purple-dressed woman, who had been silent all this time, spoke up. She attracted everyone's attention as soon as she spoke. Her body emitted a soft light that moved people's hearts. Her beautiful figure and flawless face made her look like a fairy from the 9th heaven. Even Princess Qin Yun had to lower her head in front of her. Fairy Zixio. I heard that Fairy Zixio is in love with Lin Yi and has been pursuing him. It seems to be true. Fairy Zixio is also from the central domain. Her Z family is one of the top forces and is on good terms with the Lin family. In everyone's eyes, Fairy Zixio was the kind of fairy who was high up in the mountains, untainted by dust. Only Lin Yi was a good match for such a wonderful woman. So what if I can't compare? Fang Chen spread his hands. The cave abode was assigned to me by Elder Li. If you're not satisfied, you can go to Elder Li. Fairy Zixio wanted to say more but was stopped by Lin Yi. The latter waved his hand. Wait, there are some things that we have to settle, right? He pointed in the direction that Yin Tong had left. Yin Tong is one of my people. You broke his legs. Don't you think you have to give me an explanation for this? Fang Chen sneered. This Lin Yi was really cunning. He immediately shifted the focus to Yin Tong and did not mention that he wanted to occupy the cave abode on the 9th step. Yin Tong provoked me and I broke his legs. He asked for it. Fang Chen responded domineeringly. My principle is that I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If I'm attacked, I'll attack back. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes. The air was filled with coldness. Fairy Zixio snorted and looked at Fang Chen as if he was an idiot. This guy dares to challenge senior brother Lin Yi. He's courting death. That's right. Does he think he can challenge Lin Yi after defeating Yin Tong? Well, let senior brother Lin Yi teach him a lesson. Let him know that there's always someone better than him. Almost all the new disciples were not optimistic about Fang Chen. They absolutely supported Lin Yi because the latter had dominated all his life and his battle record was too outstanding. He was invincible in the same realm. Oh, Lin Yi said, so you're saying that you're looking down on me? Fang Chen did not speak. 3 moves. If you can take 3 of my moves, today's matter is over. If you can't, then don't blame me for being rude. Everyone could hear the murderous intent in Lin Yi's voice. Brother Fang, don't agree, Madman Li shouted. Lunatic Li shouted. It was obvious that Lin Yi wanted to use this opportunity to cripple Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand and stood at the foot of Juyuan Mountain with an imposing aura. The path of the strong is full of thorns and difficulties. Only by facing them head-on and cutting through all obstacles with the sword in hand can one climb to the top. A domineering aura was released from Fang Chen's body. I've never been defeated in the same realm before. I won't be defeated now, and I won't be defeated in the future. He wanted to use the next battle to tell the world who was truly invincible in the same realm. Many people trembled, and a word appeared in their minds: arrogant. At this time, Fang Chen's aura was no weaker than Lin Yi's. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples were also curious. Chapter 3498. 3 moves. Lin Yi was too confident. He thought that Fang Chen couldn't withstand 3 moves from him. As soon as he said this, even the new disciples around him were shocked. Lin Yi was facing a monster who had defeated Yintong with 1 punch. Didn't his words mean that Yintong couldn't withstand 3 moves from him? Someone murmured. Lin Yi had once said that the sound eye was nothing in his eyes. Yintong didn't deserve to be his opponent. When this news came out, everyone's hearts trembled even more. Such arrogant words were truly shocking. Just how strong is Lin Yi? The question of Lin Yi's strength spread like wildfire. Many disciples were discussing it. Truly invincible in the same realm? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows at Fang Chen's words. He looked at Fang Chen with a half-smile. Haha, how long has it been since someone dared to call themselves invincible in the same realm? Lin Yi sneered. Being invincible in the same realm wasn't as simple as saying, I once killed a 3rd-level peak Holy King when I was in the Yin-Yang origin realm. Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back. He was arrogant. I even fought with a 4th-level Holy King. Although I was at a disadvantage, I had no problem protecting myself. I want to know what you have to fight me. Where does your confidence come from? Buzz. Lin Yi opened his hands. A wisp of flame spread out from his palms. As soon as the flame appeared, the space at the foot of Juyuan Mountain became turbulent. It was as if they were in the middle of a boiling sea. What a terrifying origin of fire. Countless disciples retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. Rumor had it that Lin Yi had mastered 2 types of origin. They were fire and metal. The reason why he refused to enter the Saint Realm was that he wanted to comprehend more origin forms. From this, it could be seen how ambitious Lin Yi was. First move. Lin Yi growled. He clenched his fist. Flames enveloped him as he punched lightly. It looked like a simple punch, but it contained 70% of Lin Yi's strength. 70% of my strength is enough. The flaming fist carried endless power as it rushed towards Fang Chen. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was even refined. Too powerful. 70% of his strength is enough to kill an ordinary 3rd-level Holy King. Many people were discussing this. Seeing Lin Yi make a move, the corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. Since you want to be in the limelight, I'll let you be. As his voice fell, the sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin instantly condensed into a sword armor. The half-perfect blood in his body quickly circulated and merged into the armor. His invincible sword chi and sword armor worked together to form an invisible barrier in front of his chest. Boom! The terrifying fist radiance shuttled through the void and arrived in front of Fang Chen in an instant. From an outsider's point of view, Fang Chen was hit by the fist radiance without any resistance. The raging fire instantly enveloped his entire body. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled. The strong man who defeated Yintong with 1 punch had no resistance against Lin Yi. Humph, how can you imagine Brother Yi's strength? Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, looking at the flame at the foot of Juyuan Mountain with disdain. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples did not think so. This guy is interesting. What they saw was completely different from the new disciples. This guy's sword body is really powerful. It works together with the sword chi, raising his defense to the highest level. Yes, the power of Lin Yi's punch is enough to kill an ordinary 3rd-level Holy King, but it has no effect on him. The few of them were still quite shocked in their hearts. As they watched, the raging fire was extinguishing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is it over? Seeing this, many people shook their heads. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. Oh no! Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were all stunned. After the raging fire was extinguished, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, as if they had been struck by lightning. He had been swallowed by the fire, but why was he unharmed? Moreover, when the crowd saw the invisible barrier around him, they were even more shocked than before. What? Lin Yi's attack did not even break through his defense. How did this guy do it? What a terrifying sword chi, I feel my primordial spirit trembling. Fairy Zixio frowned, very displeased. Humph, So what if he withstood it? Brother Yi only used 70% of his strength just now. If he had used all his strength, he would have lost without a doubt. Fang Chen gently patted the dust off his clothes. Is that all you can do? Fang Chen's words completely enraged Lin Yi. The latter roared, and with a jerk of his feet, his whole body rose into the air, suspended in mid-air. His whole body was covered in flames. In the sky above his head, a red sun instantly appeared. This is Lin Yi's unique fire element technique. The new disciples from the central domain thought of something, and their bodies suddenly shook. Gosh, Lin Yi is really angry. I've heard of this unique fire element technique. It is said that only those who have completely comprehended the origin of fire can cultivate it. But Lin Yi did not believe it, and cultivated it for 300 years. No wonder he is the strongest genius of the Lin family. In the second move, Lin Yi showed his full strength. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Lin Yi displayed his unique fire element technique, and his hands suddenly rose up, grasping the red sun. Burn everything. His body flashed, and in an instant, he was in front of Fang Chen. The red sun in his hands pressed down on Fang Chen like a mountain. Once suppressed by the red sun, anyone below the 4th level Holy Emperor would be half dead, if not half dead. Lin Yi had the intention to kill, but he did not dare to do it openly because of the heaven-defying alliance. Ha ha! Fang Chen looked up, and smiled meaningfully. He was still indifferent, and the sword qi linked together, and then injected his half-perfect blood, formed the strongest defense. My half-perfect blood can at least be ranked in the top 3. Combined with the sword body, my defense has greatly increased, and it is comparable to a 4th level Holy Emperor's body. You can't break it. Boom. The red sun pressed down, and it was above Fang Chen's head. Just as everyone was looking forward to what would happen, the red sun suddenly stopped moving. It was as if it was imprisoned in the void, and it did not move at all. Even the aura it emitted was restrained. What's going on? The sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Even Lin Yi, who was hovering in the air, was somewhat astonished. Below, Fang Chen remained calm and composed, as if everything was under his control. Burn. Lin Yi continued to increase his strength, and with a stomp of his foot, he controlled the red sun to press down. Crack. A crack had actually appeared on the red sun. Furthermore, the crack was still expanding. Finally, Lin Yi realized that something was wrong. The number 1 genius of the central domain is only SOSO. Fang Chen shrugged. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Everyone was stunned. Lin Yi had used all his strength, and he had even condensed the strongest red sun with a fire elemental technique. But he still could not do anything to Fang Chen. Humph, he only has a strong defense. He still can't be compared to Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio tried to save Lin Yi's face. She saw Fang Chen as someone who was weak in offense but strong in defense. She thought that he was lucky to have obtained a powerful defensive technique that could restrain the red sun. Crack. The more Lin Yi pressed down, the more obvious the cracks in the red sun became. In the end, the red sun could no longer hold on, and it exploded. Bang! 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 The terrifying explosion forced Lin Yi to retreat. The latter landed on the ground, stabilized himself, and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen. Lin Yi did not know what to say at this moment. Fang Chen was unharmed, and even his defense was not broken. This was a huge blow to Lin Yi. 2 moves. Fang Chen reminded him lazily. I'd like to see how long your defense can hold on. Lin Yi opened his palm, and a long spear suddenly appeared. Buzz. The long spear exuded a terrifying aura. A pinnacle holy treasure. Boom. 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 Lin Yi held a pinnacle holy treasure and constantly bombarded the invisible barrier in front of Fang Chen. With every bombardment, the invisible barrier would weaken a little. Although ordinary people could not see it, Lin Yi could sense it very clearly. Oh my God! Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Lin Yi had taken out a pinnacle holy treasure, and even with such continuous bombardment, he could not cause any harm to Fang Chen. Humph, wait and see. He can't hold on much longer. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly, still looking down on Fang Chen. Halfway up the mountain, The faces of several veteran disciples were completely solemn. They looked at each other, their hearts full of shock. Is this still a new disciple? If he didn't hide his aura, then his talent is enough to join the palace. No wonder Elder Li arranged for him to be on the 9th step. After this battle, several veteran disciples were already convinced of Fang Chen's strength. I wonder what that person will think when he hears the news. While several veteran disciples were discussing, the invisible barrier finally could not withstand the bombardment of the long spear and shattered. Crack! The invisible barrier cracked inch by inch. Lin Yi held the long spear in his hand and looked down at Fang Chen. 3 moves have passed. Fang Chen suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. They had thought that Fang Chen would make a move next. Who would have thought that Fang Chen would mention this? Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi's expression changed, and he glared at Fang Chen fiercely. Your defense is quite good, but that's all. Lin Yi put away the long spear and landed beside Fairy Zixio. I, Lin Yi, am a man of my words. Since you have withstood 3 of my moves, then today's matter is over. I hope you will take care of yourself. After that, Lin Yi turned and left. In fact, he was not calm at all. Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. If he continued to fight, he might not win. In order not to lose face, he had to give up. You were the one attacking just now. Now, it's my turn, right? However, Fang Chen did not intend to let Lin Yi leave just like that. Hearing his words, Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked coldly at Fang Chen. 1 move, I will only use 1 move. If you can withstand it, today's matter is over. Chapter 3499. Lin Yi had been arrogant and claimed that he could defeat Fang Chen in 3 moves. However, the 3 moves that he unleashed with all his might did not hurt Fang Chen at all. His arrogance disappeared and was replaced by hatred. He hated Fang Chen for making him lose face in front of so many new disciples. His heart was burning with anger. But he knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yi stopped and turned to look at Fang Chen. 2 rays of light shot out from his deep eyes. The battle intent around him was rising rapidly. In the center of his palm, the flames condensed into a bewitching flower. Enough. Fairy Zixio spoke. She walked towards Fang Chen step by step. Her face was gloomy, and she was still disdainful of Fang Chen. Brother Yi fought with the Saint Emperor and suffered internal injuries. That's why you took advantage of him. Now, Brother Yi doesn't want to pursue the matter of Yin Tong, but you're so aggressive. Do you really think you're invincible in the same realm? Fairy Zixio deliberately said this to mislead the crowd. Sure enough, after hearing this, the crowd was enlightened. I see. No wonder senior brother Lin Yi was at a disadvantage in the previous battle. The strength of a Saint Emperor is extraordinary. Senior brother Lin Yi's injury must have affected his battle strength greatly. No wonder. Many people nodded and began to support Lin Yi again. Even Lin Yi's expression kept changing. Some of the insiders knew that Fairy Zixio was giving Lin Yi a way out. Haha, Fang Chen sneered. Are you really injured, or are you afraid? Fang Chen's words were sharp and pierced Lin Yi's heart. Lin Yi was furious. He took a big step forward and arrived beside Fang Chen. His lustful eyes stared at Fang Chen. Brother Yi. Fairy Zixio was worried about Lin Yi. She called out in a low voice, trying to stop him. Get lost. Lin Yi roared angrily. Today, he, Lin Yi, had lost all of his face. Rather than leaving quietly like this, he might as well start a fight. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The anger in Lin Yi's heart was unprecedentedly strong. Your arrogance will eventually bring you disaster. The surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving enough space for the 2 of them. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, and the yin and yang essence within his body began to crazily revolve. Dong dong dong. His body was brimming with fighting spirit. Above his head, yin-yang primordial energy rapidly condensed. What's that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Above Fang Chen's head, a black and white yin-yang fish was rapidly condensing. In the blink of an eye, it was already over 100 zhong tall. Yin-yang essence. After being stunned for a moment, everyone finally recognized him. Dong dong dong. A terrifying gust of wind reverberated in the air like thunder. Fang Chen's yin-yang origin energy ignored everyone's shock and continued to gather and strengthen. 10,000 feet. Before long, the yin-yang essence had already condensed to a height of 3,000 meters. Everyone present was completely shocked. Even Lin Yi furrowed his brows. Fairy Zixio, who was not far away, widened her eyes and exclaimed. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples curled their lips. 10,000 feet of yin-yang essence. In our heaven-defying alliance, he can be ranked in the top 5, right? No wonder Elder Li directly arranged for him to be in the cave abode on the 9th step. With this amount of yin-yang essence, he is qualified. That's right. His yin-yang essence is still growing. Suddenly, the black-robed disciple who had been silent all this time spoke. Several veteran disciples raised their heads and were stunned. The growth of yin-yang essence did not slow down at all. At this time, his yin-yang essence had already reached 2,000 feet. Can it break through 2,000 feet? Several veteran disciples were paying close attention to the situation. Boom boom boom. Since he was going to stand, he would fight to deter everyone. With Fang Chen as the center, a terrifying power swept through the world, and the yin-yang essence continued to soar. Soon, the yin-yang essence broke through to 2,000 feet. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. 2,000 feet of yin-yang essence was too rare. Even in the entire Godsfall battlefield, it was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, this was not the final result. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When Fang Chen's yin-yang essence stopped at 3,000 feet, everyone was dumbfounded. They were tongue-tied. At this moment, their inner feelings could not be described with words. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence was unparalleled in the world. Such a genius was fully qualified to become a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. However, the funny thing was that Lin Yi had called himself the #1 genius. At this moment, his cheeks were burning. Mixed element sword art. Ignoring everyone's shock, Fang Chen directly performed the mixed element sword art. The power of the 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence combined with the mixed element sword art reached the extreme. Whoosh! The terrifying sword light stirred the world and pierced toward Lin Yi. Heavenly Fire Prairie. Seeing this, Lin Yi was shocked. However, he had no way out now. He could only fight to the death. He performed a fire elemental unique skill while activating his special body constitution to construct a powerful defensive armor. Boom! Fang Chen's hidden star sword arrived in front of Lin Yi as fast as lightning. With unparalleled power, it bombarded his armor. Crack! In the distance, everyone saw that Lin Yi had almost no power to resist. His armor shattered and one of his arms was cut off. His body barely dodged with the help of the spear, a top-tier sacred treasure. Whoosh! Lin Yi, who fell to the ground, suddenly lost his ability to fight. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, before falling asleep, his heart was filled with fear and unwillingness. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A breeze blew past, and in the blink of an eye, the terrifying aura in the sky was blown away. Fang Chen had returned to his original state, and the hidden star sword had been put away. He stood with his hands behind his back as if nothing had happened. If it were not for Lin Yi, who had fainted, proving that there had just been a shocking battle, everyone would have thought that what they saw was an illusion. This is his true strength. Halfway up the mountain, several veteran disciples were confused. At the foot of Juyuan Mountain, Fang Chen defeated Yin Tong and Lin Yi consecutively with absolute strength. Especially in the battle against Lin Yi, he showed an unparalleled posture. Lin Yi was known to be invincible in the same realm, but Fang Chen, with the same cultivation, seriously injured him with one strike. Who was truly invincible in the same realm? It was clear at a glance. This battle brought great prestige to Fang Chen, and it also brought about a great impact. The news spread quickly like a kite. All of the new disciples no longer dared to find trouble with Fang Chen. They recognized Fang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. The talent and strength that the latter had shown were too terrifying. In fact, They even had the misconception that facing Fang Chen was like facing a sage emperor. This battle made Fang Chen the leader of the new disciples. Even some veteran disciples who had been in seclusion were shocked and asked about Fang Chen. In front of an illusory palace, the deputy palace lord stood quietly. The wind whistled. Wang Daoyun had arrived. Deputy palace lord. The deputy palace lord nodded. That guy's potential is much stronger than you and I imagined. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unprecedented. The higher-ups of the palace have already held an emergency meeting. Wang Daoyun nodded and listened quietly. After a while, he left. After he left, the deputy palace lord's figure flashed and came to a mysterious space. Old Fang, what are you doing here? Several voices came from the mysterious space. Our heaven-defying alliance has a monstrous genius. Hearing the deputy palace lord's words, 3 figures appeared out of thin air. One was a white-haired old man in plain clothes, holding a walking stick. The other was wearing golden armor and had an eye on his forehead. The last person was a woman in green. These 3 were the 3 palace lords of the palace. The 3 of them had all survived from the ancient times and had experienced the battle of gods. Their cultivation was unfathomable. Usually, they would cultivate in this mysterious space. Genius. The white-haired old man with a walking stick looked at the deputy palace lord in surprise. The heaven-defying alliance had originally selected geniuses from various domains in the battle of gods to cultivate. Their disciples were basically all geniuses. However, since the deputy palace lord had come to them personally, this genius must be extraordinary. How's the genius potential? Is he stronger than Wang Daoyun? This was because the palace had only added 1 disciple in the past 1,000 years, and that was Wang Daoyun. Therefore, the black-armored 3-eyed old man compared Fang Chen to Wang Daoyun. The woman in green smiled but didn't say anything. He's only strong, not weak. The deputy palace lord pondered. He organized his words and told the 3 palace lords the details of the battle between Fang Chen, Yin Tong, and Lin Yi. When the 3 palace lords finished watching the mirror image, they fell silent. 3,000 feet of yin-yang essence is unparalleled in the world. I've never seen such a powerful yin-yang essence before, so I can't make a decision on my own. In the heaven-defying alliance, the leader was the strongest and most mysterious expert. He was known as the strongest in the battle of gods. However, the leader had disappeared for countless years and no one knew where he was. Now, the 3 palace lords were the true upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance. Phew. The white-haired old man with a walking stick breathed heavily. Have you investigated his identity? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert? The deputy palace lord shook his head. I'm sure he's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert. He's not the reincarnation of an ancient expert and has cultivated for such a short time, but he has such monstrous talent. It's really rare in the world. The black-armored 3-eyed old man said. Even the green-clothed woman spoke up. Such talent can be considered one of the strongest in the ancient era. The 3 of them knew very well what Fang Chen's appearance meant. Perhaps, a new era was about to arrive. After a brief discussion, the white-haired old man with a walking stick said, Old Fang, this is a serious matter. We need to discuss it. During this time, you must ensure the safety of this guy. Should we bring him to the Dao Palace to cultivate? The Dao Palace was safer and had more cultivation resources. The woman in green shook her head. Although his talent is strong, he hasn't experienced enough setbacks. Let him cultivate in Origin Gathering Mountain for the time being. The deputy palace lord understood what the woman in green meant. Chapter 3500. Origin Gathering Mountain, the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. The cave abode was resplendent. Fang Chen sat on a cushion, comprehending the sky-severing alchemy technique. Now, his yin and yang energies had reached their limits, and he could not advance any further. So, he had already begun to break through. My yin and yang energies are so vast. If I want to break through, I will definitely consume a large number of yin and yang pills. Fang Chen murmured. He had obtained 1 billion yin and yang pills from the Tianqin family, and then from Yintong and Lin Yi respectively. This way, the number of yin and yang pills in Fang Chen's hands had reached 13 billion. For a new disciple, this was definitely a huge sum. Even the heaven-defying alliance's Saint Emperors were not much. That Lin Yi's talent is indeed not bad. It's a pity that I met him. Thinking back to that day's battle, Fang Chen sighed. He had originally thought that Lin Yi would be a strong opponent. Who would have thought that Lin Yi's strength was far from his? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He had yet to use his strongest trump card, the sky-severing alchemy technique. According to his estimation, if he really used it, even a 4th-level Saint Emperor would have to avoid it. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the few days after the battle, he had entered an epiphany and completely digested the experience he had gained from the battle. Now, he was even more determined on his path. The first origin to break through to the Saint Realm was the origin of metal. At the beginning of the chaos, yin and yang were born, and the 5 elements were derived. There were 5 origins in the world, known as the origins of the 5 elements. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These 5 origins complemented each other and used the 5 elements to maintain the stability of the chaos dimension. If he wanted to step into the Saint Realm, he had to comprehend the origins. My invincible sword Dao is abnormally fierce. It can cut through the sky. This is the sign of the origin of metal. Fang Chen continued. Along the way, the sword techniques he cultivated were known for their sharpness and fierceness. Now, he had even condensed a wrinkled origin from the hidden star sword. This made him even more determined to comprehend the origin of metal with all his might. Of course, he was confident in making this decision. After all, Fang Chen had a book on the metal origin source left behind by the invincible sage. With this realization, it would be much easier to comprehend. These days, the heaven-defying alliance was bustling with activity. Everyone was discussing the battle between Fang Chen and Lin Yi. Some new disciples even declared that they wanted Fang Chen to be their leader. They believed that only Fang Chen was qualified to lead the new disciples. Of course, Fang Chen ignored this. What he needed to do now was to break through with all his might. Fang Chen flipped open the Origin Perception book and read it carefully. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had never left the cave residence. Some veteran disciples had wandered in front of his cave several times, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. Gradually, many veteran disciples began to lose patience with Fang Chen and threatened to have Fang Chen come to accept his punishment. He was just a new disciple. What right did he have to fight at the foot of Juyuan Mountain? This completely affected the cultivation of the veteran disciples. Of course, everyone knew that this was just an excuse to deal with Fang Chen. Senior brother Qiu. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Especially Mad Saber Li and Princess Qin Yun. They were very anxious after knowing. Rumor has it that senior brother Qiu is a powerful 4th-level Holy Emperor. He publicly attacked brother Fang. Should we inform Fang Chen? Princess Qin Yun's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked. Ever since Fang Chen defeated Lin Yi, Princess Qin Yun's resentment towards Fang Chen completely disappeared. In terms of sides, she chose to stand on Fang Chen's side. After all, the 3 of them were from the 9 regions branch. Brother Fang is in seclusion. If I'm not wrong, he should be trying to break through to the Saint Realm. Mad Saber Li shook his head. At this critical moment, we must not disturb Brother Fang. Then, let them say what they want. I don't believe that senior brother Qiu dares to rush into Brother Fang's cave residence. The situation became more and more intense. In the end, everyone was looking forward to Fang Chen coming out of seclusion. However, during this period of time, some unexpected things happened. 4 months after the battle, Yin Tong successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. As soon as she broke through, she directly stepped into the 2nd-level Holy King realm. The confidence that she had lost was completely recovered. She was eager to seek revenge on Fang Chen. Boom! In the cave residence, in front of Fang Chen, there was an endless amount of powder. These were all fragments of yin and yang pills. In the past 4 months, Fang Chen had absorbed 5 billion yin and yang pills. The gold origin wrinkle in his body was becoming more and more substantial. He looked inside his body and found that the wrinkle of origin was rotating. The yin and yang vitality of 3,000 feet was gradually merging into the wrinkle of origin. Wow, 5 billion yin and yang pills is only half of the transformation. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Normally, 500 million yin and yang pills were enough for a yin-yang vitality realm warrior to transform the wrinkle of origin into an origin sea. However, his yin and yang vitality was too large. It had reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. Therefore, the amount of yin and yang pills he absorbed was also extremely large. According to Fang Chen's estimation, he needed at least 10 billion yin and yang pills to fill the wrinkle of origin and transform it into an origin sea. Continue to absorb. With his previous experience, Fang Chen's speed of absorbing yin and yang pills increased significantly. Another 2 months passed. It had been half a year since he defeated Lin Yi. On this day, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. Looking at the yin and yang pill powder all over the ground, Fang Chen couldn't help but be speechless. In half a year, he had absorbed a total of 9 billion yin and yang pills. The wrinkle of origin was full and couldn't absorb any more. However, he realized something. His comprehension of the origin of metal had reached a bottleneck. He was only one step away from reaching the threshold, but he couldn't break through it. Golden Fire Herb. Fang Chen seriously flipped through the book on comprehending origin and learned about the Golden Fire Herb. He was now stuck at a bottleneck and only the Golden Fire Herb could solve this problem. According to the book, I need at least 3 stalks of Golden Fire Herb. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen got up and left the cave abode. When Fang Chen appeared at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, it instantly caused a commotion. The news spread quickly and countless warriors were watching him. Fang Chen frowned. What happened? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Princess Qin Yun and Mad Saber Li ran over, panting. Brother Fang, you've finally come out of seclusion. Mad Saber Li sized up Fang Chen and felt that the latter was becoming more and more unfathomable. What's going on? Fang Chen asked. Not long after you went into seclusion, senior brother Qiu, one of the veteran disciples, threatened to punish you. Mad Saber Li explained the situation in detail. Senior brother Qiu is said to have some relationship with Lin Yi and should want to stand up for Lin Yi. Brother Fang, don't be rash. Senior brother Qiu? A cold light flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. I don't care who he is. I don't have time to care. If he provokes me, I won't be indifferent. With that, Fang Chen left the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain. Soon, he found Elder Li. Kid, you're really troublesome. Elder Li looked at Fang Chen with a smile. What's wrong? Did you encounter any difficulties? Elder Li, I did encounter some difficulties in breaking through to the saint stage. I'd like to ask Elder Li for advice. Elder Li waved his hand. Tell me, what's going on? I need the Golden Fire Herb. Elder Li frowned and muttered, You're comprehending the metal origin? After saying that, he recalled the battle half a year ago and added, That's right. Your sword technique is fierce and sharp, very suitable for the metal origin. The Golden Fire Herb is very precious and there are many circulating in the market, but they're basically controlled by some large chambers of commerce. My heaven-defying alliance has a lot in stock, but they're all in the Dao Palace. You're not a disciple of the Dao Palace yet. You don't have it here? Fang Chen asked. There's one in the Treasure Pavilion. A 6th-level Saint Emperor disciple accidentally obtained it not long ago. He cultivates the water origin and the Golden Fire Herb is useless to him, so he took it out to exchange for some treasures with my heaven-defying alliance. How can I get it? Fang Chen asked. The Treasure Pavilion's price is 5 billion yin-yang pills. Other than this one, there's nothing else. He needed 3, and now there was only 1. He was still short of 2. Don't tell me you want 2. Under normal circumstances, 1 would be enough if one was at a bottleneck. Fang Chen chuckled and did not hide it from Elder Li. My situation is a little special, so I need 3. You, Elder Li stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. After a long time, he said, What a monster. He told Fang Chen that Peak Master Yun Luo also had 1. Apart from that, he did not know. Peak Master Yun Luo? Fang Chen muttered. After bidding farewell to Elder Li, Fang Chen returned to his cave residence and called Princess Qin Yun and Crazy Saber Li over. Brother Fang, why are you looking for us? Crazy Saber Li asked. I need 1 billion yin-yang pills now. Do you have any way to get it? Fang Chen said bluntly. Crazy Saber Li frowned and pondered. Princess Qin Yun spoke up. I can get it. Fang Chen looked at Princess Qin Yun in surprise. The latter explained, there's a Saint Emperor in the Heaven-Defying Alliance who once had some ties with the Tianqin clan. I can borrow from him. All right, I won't use the 1 billion yin-yang pills for nothing. When I recover, I'll definitely return it double. Yun Luo Peak was also one of the main peaks in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The Peak Master was a 7th level sage, and there were many disciples in the peak. Fang Chen arrived at Yun Luo Peak. Who are you? The guard stopped Fang Chen and scolded. Disciple Fang Chen requests to see Peak Master Yun Luo. TMPH, you think you can see the Peak Master just because you want to? The guard sneered. He did not know Fang Chen. If it were a disciple of the Dao Palace or one of the top disciples of Juyuan Mountain, he would definitely let him pass. Leave quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. Just as the guard was about to chase Fang Chen away, a voice came from not far away. Fang Chen, is that you? A woman in a black dress walked over with a smile. Fang Chen was stunned. He did not know this woman. Chapter 3501. Fang Chen had reached a bottleneck in his attempt to break through to the Saint Realm, so he had to look for some rare sacred herbs. Because what he comprehended was the origin of metal, he needed the metal-type spiritual herb, golden flame grass. Because he had absorbed 9 billion yin and yang pills, he only had 4 billion left. With the 1 billion borrowed from Princess Qin Yun, he could go to the treasure pavilion to buy a golden flame grass. However, Fang Chen needed 3 in total. He came to Yun Luo Peak to ask to see the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak to see if he could get the golden flame grass from her. However, the sudden appearance of the black-dressed woman caused Fang Chen to be somewhat stunned. When he heard her words, he shrugged. He didn't expect that after half a year, they still remembered his battle with Lin Yi. I'm Lu Lanshi, a disciple of Tianjin Peak. The woman in the black dress introduced herself. Hearing this, Fang Chen suddenly realized that she was a disciple of Tianjin Peak. If he remembered correctly, there were disciples of Tianjin Peak cultivating in Juyuan Mountain. I saw the record of your battle with Lin Yi. You have great potential. I admit that I can't compare to you. The woman in the black dress smiled. What brings you to Yun Luo Peak? I want to see the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak, Fang Chen said directly. You want to see the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak? The woman in the black dress asked in surprise. Logically speaking, Fang Chen was a new disciple and shouldn't have any interaction with Yun Luo Peak. Could it be that the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak wanted to take Fang Chen as her disciple? Miss Lu Lanshi. The guard who had scolded Fang Chen earlier saw Lu Lanshi and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed. At the same time, he also apologized to Fang Chen. Junior brother Fang Chen, the strongest genius among the new disciples. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Fang Chen didn't argue with him. Coincidentally, I'm also going to see the Peak Master of Yun Luo Peak. Come with me, Lu Lanshi said. Fang Chen nodded and stepped onto Yun Luo Peak with Lu Lanshi. There were many disciples on Yun Luo Peak, and the strongest among them had already become a 7th level saint. When he passed by the martial arts field, many disciples were cultivating. When they saw Lu Lanshi, they all looked over. Isn't that Ms. Lu Lanshi? Hey! Who was the man beside Miss Lu Lan? Could he be a senior brother from the Dao Palace? The seniors of the Holy Ji Palace are all famous. He shouldn't be a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Why does he look so familiar? Someone in the crowd recognized Fang Chen. He is the new disciple, Fang Chen. As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples were stunned. Soon after, they glared at Fang Chen in an unfriendly manner. Walking side by side with Lu Lanshi, Fang Chen could smell the faint fragrance on her body. Lu Lanshi was a gentle and elegant woman, a typical lady from a wealthy family. Graceful and generous. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate? Lu Lanqi asked curiously. Before Fang Chen joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had done a comprehensive test on him. His age could be faked, but his foundation couldn't be faked. He had only cultivated for a short period of time, but he had already reached such a level. Lu Lanqi was puzzled. Of course, it was more out of curiosity. She had a unique view of people and things. She rarely misjudged a person. She had been curious about the rumors about Fang Chen before. When she saw Fang Chen not long ago, she was even more convinced of her intuition. Fang Chen's potential was much stronger than the rumors said. She was happy to befriend such a genius with unparalleled potential. Fang Chen shrugged. It was indeed a hard journey. But how could it be so easy to reach the peak? Seeing that Fang Chen didn't answer, a meaningful smile appeared on Lu Lanqi's pretty face. Everyone had their secrets, so Lu Lanqi didn't continue to ask. Damn you. You just came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance and you're already so restless. You defeated Yintong and Lin Yi consecutively. Now it's only been half a year and you want to hook up with Miss Lu Lanqi? Humph, he's not worthy of Miss Lu Lanqi's noble body. Many people were filled with righteous indignation and hated Fang Chen. Among them, a man with a folding fan walked out of the martial arts field and went straight to Lu Lanqi. Miss Lu Lanqi, long time no see. However, Lu Lanqi ignored his greeting and left with Fang Chen. This scene made the man's face darken. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Fang Chen and Lu Lanqi had already left. It seems that Miss Lu Lanqi is quite attractive. Fang Chen could feel that the people in the martial arts field hated him. It must have something to do with Lu Lanqi. Lu Lanqi pouted and took Fang Chen to a garden. Old man, I'm here. In the pavilion in the center of the garden, an old man with a white beard was drinking tea. You're here. Hearing the voice, a kind smile appeared on the old man's face. However, Fang Chen's pupils constricted. He felt a tremor from the depths of his primordial spirit. Just a look could make Fang Chen tremble. Peak Master Yun Luo? Fang Chen exclaimed. Other than Peak Master Yun Luo, who else could have such power? At the same time, he thought of how the guard called Lu Lanqi Miss Lu Lanqi and how Lu Lanqi dared to call Peak Master Yun Luo old man. He instantly understood. As expected, what the old man said next confirmed Fang Chen's guess. Girl, you're so rude. How dare you call your grandfather that? Who told you to force me to cultivate every day? Lu Lanqi pouted. Peak Master Yun Luo. The unfathomable old man in front of him was the legendary Peak Master Yun Luo. He was also the person Fang Chen wanted to meet this time. I didn't expect to meet Peak Master Yun Luo so easily. Fang Chen was surprised. Girl, you haven't come to me for a long time. This time, you brought someone with you. Let me guess, why did you bring him here? Peak Master Yun Luo looked at Lu Lanqi dotingly. Grandfather, it's not what you think. Lu Lanqi stomped his feet. Fang Chen was shocked. Did the old man think he was his grandson-in-law? His name is Fang Chen. He joined the Heaven-Defying Alliance half a year ago. He has great potential and once defeated Lin Yi with one strike. Today, we met on Yun Luo Peak. He said he was looking for you, so I brought him here, Lu Lanqi explained. Oh, you're Fang Chen? Obviously, Peak Master Yun Luo had heard about what happened half a year ago. However, he had never left Yun Luo Peak and had never seen Fang Chen, so he didn't recognize him. Junior Fang Chen is here to meet Peak Master Yun Luo. Fang Chen saluted with his fists. Not bad. I didn't believe it when I heard the rumors, but now that I've met you, I realize that you're even more powerful than the rumors say. Peak Master Yun Luo was a saint with countless disciples. He could tell that Fang Chen was extraordinary at a glance. I met that kid from the Lin family when he was very young. He has great potential. If he continues to develop normally, he won't have a problem joining the Doctrine Palace. Peak Master Yun Luo stroked his beard and said, You defeated him with one strike. You're invincible in the same realm. I was just lucky. Fang Chen was humble. You weren't so humble when you fought Lin Yi. Lu Lanshi teased. I heard that someone is very arrogant. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly. Now that you've met my grandfather, why are you looking for him? Can you tell me now? Lu Lanshi asked. Senior, I've reached a bottleneck in breaking through to the Saint Realm and need golden firegrass. I heard from Elder Li that you have golden firegrass, so I'm here to ask for it. Fang Chen said seriously. Golden firegrass? It seems that you're comprehending the origin of metal, Peak Master Yun Luo said. There's a golden firegrass in the treasure pavilion. You can buy it with 5 billion yin and yang pills. To tell you the truth, I need 3 golden firegrass to break through. Fang Chen smiled bitterly. What? Lu Lanshi was shocked. Peak Master Yun Luo studied Fang Chen with his deep eyes as if he wanted to see through him. Fang Chen felt uncomfortable. After a long while, Peak Master Yun Luo looked away. I can give you the golden firegrass. Peak Master Yun Luo waved his hand and a beam of golden light shot toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen instinctively reached out and saw that it was golden firegrass. This, Fang Chen was shocked. Golden firegrass was very precious and hard to find. He didn't expect Peak Master Yun Luo to give it to him so easily. Many of his disciples cultivated the origin of gold, but they couldn't get it even if they wanted it. Thank you, Senior. May I know what price this junior has to pay? Fang Chen asked after calming down from his excitement. He didn't believe that Peak Master Yun Luo would give him golden firegrass for no reason. I've been guarding Peak Master Yun Luo for countless years and rarely go out. There aren't many that catch my eye. You give me a strange feeling. Furthermore, Little Lucky is the one who brought you here. This stalk of golden flamegrass is good karma. Okay, I've given you the golden firegrass. You can leave now. Peak Master Yun Luo asked him to leave. After Fang Chen left, Lu Lanshi stared at his grandfather with wide eyes. Grandpa, didn't you say that the golden firegrass was for Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan was a very talented disciple of Yun Luo Peak. Yun Luo Peak Master thought highly of him. He's not simple. His potential is the strongest I've ever seen. Peak Master Yun Luo sighed. If he doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become an invincible saint. An ordinary saint and an invincible saint were two different things. It was different if he became an invincible saint. Lu Lanshi was surprised by his grandfather's words. He didn't expect his grandfather to think so highly of Fang Chen. Good granddaughter. The Peak Master of Yun Luo looked at Lu Lanshi with a smile. What do you think of Fang Chen? He's a good person. Lu Lanshi nodded subconsciously, but when she saw her grandfather's smile, she became angry and said, Grandpa, what do you think? Do you want to think about it? Peak Master Yun Luo said seriously, I raised you, and what I want most is to see you find a good cultivation partner. Many people on Peak Master Yun Luo are pursuing you, but you've never been nice to them. But today, you brought someone you've never met before to see me. Okay, stop. I'm just curious about him. Lu Lanshi ran out of Peak Master Yun Luo's sight. Chapter 3502. After leaving the garden, Fang Chen passed by the martial arts practice field again. Lu Lanshi hurriedly ran out after Fang Chen. She greeted Fang Chen and left. Miss Lu Lanshi. The man with the folding fan called out loudly. However, Lu Lanshi ignored him. The man's face darkened. He vented all his anger on Fang Chen. Fang Chen was about to leave when the man with the folding fan blocked his path. Kid, you better stay away from Miss Lu Lanshi. The man said fiercely. Fang Chen frowned. He was unhappy with the man. However, he didn't say anything and left. Stop. The man with the folding fan was completely enraged. A new disciple dared to disregard him like this. I said, you'd better, boom. Before he could finish his words, he felt his body being hit by an extremely strong impact, and he was sent flying with a loud bang. Bang. His body landed heavily on the ground. His throat moved slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He roared at the sky in anger. However, when he got up from the ground, Fang Chen had already left Yun Luo Peak. Damn it. The man with the folding fan was furious. However, there was also a trace of shock in his heart. Is his strength really that strong? The other disciples in the martial arts practice field looked at each other. Although they were disciples of Yun Luo Peak, they were only the most ordinary disciples. They were all Saint Kings. The man with the folding fan was the strongest among them. He was already one step away from becoming a Saint Emperor. However, if even he couldn't withstand Fang Chen's attack, they wouldn't stand a chance. Everyone was talking about it. After leaving Yun Luo Peak, Fang Chen went to the treasure pavilion. After stating his purpose, he used 5 billion yin-yang pills to exchange for a golden flame herb. At this point, he already had 2 stalks of golden flame grass in his possession. There was only 1 stalk left. If only I was in the Holy Ji Palace. Fang Chen pursed his lips. Elder Li had personally said that there were countless resources in the Holy Ji Palace. Spirit herbs like the golden fire herb were freely available to the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. However, there were only 2 of them here. Fang Chen sighed and shook his head helplessly. Let's return to Mount Juyuan first before thinking of a solution. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Very soon, Fang Chen arrived at the foot of Juyuan Mountain. He looked up and saw a group of disciples gathered at the foot of the mountain. Senior brother Fang is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone immediately opened up a path for Fang Chen. Fang Chen. At the front of the crowd, Yin Tong glared at Fang Chen, gnashing her teeth in hatred. He was from the Central Weave, and in terms of talent and strength, he was second only to Lin Yi among the new disciples. The battle half a year ago was a humiliating battle for him. In the past 6 months, he had been cultivating like crazy. Finally, the yellow sky did not disappoint the hardworking. He had broken through to the Saint Realm. Now, he was here for revenge. When I was in the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, I could already fight against a 3rd-level Saint King. Now that I've stepped into the Saint Realm, I fear no one below the Saint Emperor. In Yin Tong's opinion, he had stepped into the Saint Realm before Fang Chen and could suppress him. Thump, thump, thump. Every step Yin Tong took shook the ground. An extremely terrifying aura was released from his body. Countless martial artists retreated one after another. Half a year ago, Yin Tong was defeated by senior brother Fang with 1 punch. Now he's here for revenge. I don't think highly of Yin Tong. Senior brother Fang's strength is obvious to all. Even if he steps into the Saint Realm, it won't help. The battle half a year ago made all the new disciples acknowledge Fang Chen. Now, they respectfully called Fang Chen senior brother Fang. Fang Chen glanced at Yin Tong and ignored him. He walked around him and walked toward Juyuan Mountain. What? You were so arrogant half a year ago, but now you don't dare to fight. Yin Tong took a step forward and blocked Fang Chen. I'm not interested in fighting a loser. Fang Chen said coldly. Yin Tong flew into a rage and slapped out. Buzz. Fang Chen didn't move. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin dissolved Yin Tong's power. Humph, so what if you're good at talking? Fight me if you dare. I'll avenge the humiliation I suffered half a year ago. Yin Tong's voice was thundering. Fang Chen looked up and studied Yin Tong seriously. After a while, he said, You were no match for me half a year ago, and you're still no match for me half a year later. After that, he didn't forget to add, It should be said that you'll never be able to surpass me. Go to hell, Yin Tong growled. Yin Tong growled and released a terrifying sound wave to attack Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Boom. 1 punch, a simple punch. It was exactly the same as the battle half a year ago. Fang Chen's punch carried endless power as it landed on Yin Tong's body. There was a loud explosion. Everyone saw Yin Tong's body hit the ground like a kite with a broken string, creating a big pit. Phew. Everyone took a deep breath, their hearts trembling. 1 punch and Yin Tong passed out. This is too strong. It's unimaginable. Although Yin Tong has entered the Saint Plane, he's far from being comparable to senior brother Fang. Senior brother Fang has become stronger. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in awe, watching the tall figure step onto Juyuan Mountain. On the 9th step of Juyuan Mountain, in the 8th cave residence. Yin Tong is courting death, Mad Li said coldly. Half a year ago, Brother Fang defeated him with one punch. He was already merciful. I didn't expect that he would dare to come looking for trouble now. He entered the Saint Plain and thought he could fight Brother Fang to avenge his humiliation. Who would have thought? Princess Qin Yun thought for a long time and thought of a word to describe Fang Chen. Freak. The more she interacted with Fang Chen, the more she felt that the latter was unfathomable. He was simply a freak. Sometimes, she even wondered what kind of environment could create such a terrifying freak. Help me spread the news. Say that I need a golden flame herb. Don't worry, Brother Fang. Leave this to me. Princess Qin Yun and Mad Blade began to spread the news. Soon, most of the new disciples already knew that Fang Chen was trying to break through to the Saint Plain. A treasure like the golden flame herb is very difficult to obtain. I heard that the one in the treasure pavilion was also exchanged by Senior Brother Fang. Senior Brother Fang's yin and yang energies have reached an unprecedented 3,000 feet. It must be very difficult to break through. He needs a lot of energy. Many of the new disciples were busily trying to find out more information. This was a good opportunity to make friends with Fang Chen. How could they miss it? Some of the older disciples had also heard the news, but none of them had expressed their opinions. A few days later, Mad Blade Li came to the 8th cave on the 9th step. Senior Brother Fang, I've already asked around. The other senior brothers don't have any golden flame herb. Fang Chen nodded. He had already guessed this. Forget it. I'll think of something. He took out his communication token, ready to ask Elder Li. Just then, Elder Li's message came. You're so lucky. I didn't expect Peak Master Yun Luo to give her golden flame herb to you so easily, Elder Li joked. By the way, I heard that you've hooked up with Peak Master Yun Luo's granddaughter. I'm warning you. You should be careful. That old man is famous for being protective. If you break Lu Lanche's heart, he'll fight you to the death. Fang Chen's forehead was filled with black lines. What the hell was this? Elder Li, I've only met Lu Lanche once. It's not what you think. You don't have to explain. I understand. Elder Li's vulgar laughter came from the communication token. Fang Chen was speechless. At this time, Elder Li's voice became much more serious. The news that you got Peak Master Yun Luo's golden flame herb has spread. You should be prepared. The disciples of Yun Luo Peak will definitely make things difficult for you. After some explanation, Fang Chen learned that Peak Master Yun Luo had prepared the golden flame herb for her disciple, Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He's already a Saint King. He's been in seclusion all this time. He's also pursuing Lu Lanche. If he comes out and knows that Lu Lanche took you to see Peak Master Yun Luo and gave you the golden flame herb that originally belonged to him, he'll definitely hate you. Elder Li, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you? Fang Chen changed the topic. Of course not. I did come here for something important. Elder Li told him that the mission hall had issued an important task not long ago. It required 5 disciples to complete it. 4 of them had to be senior disciples, and the last one was a new disciple. In fact, this was the tradition of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Don't tell me that it's given to me. You defeated Lin Yi. There's no doubt that you'll be the first among the new disciples. Naturally, you have the priority to choose this task. Elder Li said, What? You don't want to go? If you don't want to go, I'll find someone else. But don't blame me for not reminding you. Golden Flame Herb has appeared at the location of this task. Hearing the words Golden Flame Herb, Fang Chen stood up abruptly. His eyes shone. Hehe, Elder Li, you must be joking. Since the sect has given me such an opportunity, how can I refuse? That's more like it. Hurry up and get ready. Come find me in 3 days. With that, Elder Li hung up the call. Wang Daoyun appeared behind Elder Li. This guy is immediately interested when he heard about Golden Flame Herb, Elder Li said with a smile. Although he was an elder, Wang Daoyun was a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. His status was much higher than his. Thank you, Elder Li. Wang Daoyun nodded. I'm Daoyun. Since his potential is so high and has already reached the threshold of the Holy Ji Palace, why didn't you take him in directly? Elder Li couldn't understand. Wang Daoyun's eyes were deep as he looked in the direction of Origin Gathering Mountain. How could one succeed without tempering themselves? Geniuses tempered their will, tempered their bodies, polished their organs, and solidified their foundations in ice and fire. In Wang Daoyun's view, Fang Chen still had too little experience. No, to be precise, in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. After all, some of the upper echelons had experienced the Battle of Gods. Chapter 3503. 3 days later, in the square. When Fang Chen arrived at the square, Elder Li was already waiting for him. Beside Elder Li stood 4 disciples. They were all veteran disciples. Fang Chen looked at the 4 of them and was surprised. He did not expect to see someone familiar. Not long ago, when he stepped onto Yun Luo Peak, he met the man with a folding fan. The latter looked at him with resentment. Fang Chen shrugged. It was all because of Lu Lanshi. All right, everyone is here, Elder Li said. Elder Li said, Fang Chen, let me introduce you. These 4 are your mission partners for this trip. The tallest and burly man was called Meng Ta. He was a 3rd-level holy king. He was skilled in the way of the saber. His saber skills were invincible. Nice to meet you. Meng Ta smiled at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Li continued with the introductions. The warrior in grey beside Meng Ta was called Hua Kang Holy King. He was skilled in the secret technique of fire. His cultivation was the same as Meng Ta's. The man with a folding fan was a disciple of Yun Luo Peak. He also came from the Central Territory. He seemed to be related to the family behind Lin Yi. This person was called Bai Yang. The last person was Meng Ta's sister. She was called Meng Sho. She wore a light blue dress and looked like a lowly. This is the content of the mission. After introducing the 4 disciples, Elder Li took out a file and handed it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen opened the file and quickly finished reading the mission content. Kang Kingdom. The destination of their mission was a place called Kang Kingdom. Kang Kingdom is a big country in the northwest of the Godsfall battlefield. It may be a small country, but its territory is comparable to an ordinary territory, Elder Li said. The strongest person in Kang Kingdom is Lord Kang. His cultivation has reached the 5th-level Holy King realm. He is not to be underestimated. You must be careful when you go to his territory. After hearing Elder Li's words, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called Kang Kingdom was established solely because of the Kang Emperor. Fang Chen sighed. In the Godsfall battlefield, as long as you had enough strength, you could occupy a territory and establish your own sect. Not long ago, our heaven-defying alliance received news that Saint Kangye's relics had appeared in the Kang Kingdom, so we sent a few disciples to explore. Who would have thought that they would never return? In the end, after waiting for half a month, their life slips shattered. At this point, a cold glint flashed across Elder Li's eyes. The heaven-defying alliance was the pinnacle faction of the Godsfall battlefield. The disciples they recruited were basically the most monstrous geniuses since ancient times. In the future, they would definitely become top powerhouses and stand at the top of this world. The death of every disciple was a great loss to the heaven-defying alliance. The heaven-defying alliance was very protective and overbearing. No matter what happened, regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong, they had to fight first and talk later. They could not tarnish the reputation of the heaven-defying alliance. If a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was assassinated in the outside world, the heaven-defying alliance would spare no expense to seek revenge. Of course, although the heaven-defying alliance was protective, it was not to the point of blindness. If that was the case, it would definitely inflate the arrogance of the disciples of the sect. Therefore, the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance drew up a rule and announced it to the world. If a disciple was killed in a one-on-one fight, they could only blame themselves for not being skilled enough. The heaven-defying alliance would not care. However, if they were outnumbered or used tricks to ambush the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance, the heaven-defying alliance would not let it go. This time, the disciples sent by the heaven-defying alliance to the Kang Kingdom to explore Saint Kangye's relics were killed. They suspected that it was most likely the Kang Emperor's doing. All right, I've said all that needs to be said. The specific details of the mission are in the file, Elder Li said. When you go to the Kang Kingdom, try not to clash with the Kang Emperor. Focus on investigating Saint Kangye's relics. Not long after, Elder Li arranged everything. Then, a breeze eagle carried the 5 of them into the clouds. Whoosh! Behind Elder Li, Wang Daoyun suddenly appeared. The Kang Emperor is a 5th-level Holy Emperor. His strength cannot be underestimated. Although Meng Ta and the other 3 are 3rd-level Holy Emperors and can fight above their level, dealing with a 4th-level Holy Emperor is not a problem. But against the Kang Emperor, they do not have much of a chance of winning. Not to mention, there is still Fang Chen. Wang Daoyun smiled and looked at Elder Li. What? Elder Li, do you think Fang Chen is a burden? No matter how strong Fang Chen's potential is, it can't be turned into actual battle strength. Now that he has not stepped into the Holy Realm, he cannot use his origin energy to fight. This is his weakness. No matter how strong his battle strength is, it is impossible for him to withstand the attack of a 5th-level Holy Emperor. Elder Li said, "Who is the Kang Emperor?" He single-handedly established the Kang Kingdom, causing many surrounding territories to be wary of him. With such an iron fist, how can he not see the true strength of the 5 disciples we sent? With the Kang Emperor's insight, he could see that Fang Chen was the team's weakness with a single glance. He would definitely use thunderous methods to continuously attack the team's weakest link. Only by targeting the weakest would he be able to achieve the best results. No matter, if he can't even pass this hurdle, Wang Daoyun laughed. In the clouds, a huge breeze eagle soared. On its back, Fang Chen and the other 4 sat cross-legged. "I say, brother, aren't you a little too fierce? You just joined the heaven-defying alliance, and you already caused such a big commotion." The burly man, Meng Ta, smiled at Fang Chen and said, "Junior brother Fang, you don't have to worry. With the 4 of us here, the Kang Emperor can't do anything to us." Meng Shuo had an unperturbed look. "Mph, I don't know what the sect is thinking. This mission is already very dangerous, why bring a burden?" The one who spoke was the man with a folding fan, Bai Yang. He had some resentment towards Fang Chen, and his gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with hatred. To this, Fang Chen just laughed. There was nothing to say, and there was nothing to explain. The reason he participated in this mission was for the golden flame grass. He glanced at Bai Yang indifferently, and then turned his head away. Seeing Fang Chen's casual attitude, Bai Yang stood up, and a violent aura spread out. He stared at Fang Chen and said word by word, "Kid, I don't like you. I hope you stay away from Miss Lu Lan, or I don't mind crippling you." "Bai Yang, you've gone too far." Meng Shuo frowned, and was somewhat unhappy. "We're brothers from the same sect, and we're going to do the mission together. How can you say that to junior brother Fang?" Meng Shuo had a good impression of Fang Chen, and hated Bai Yang. "You'd better not meddle in my affairs." Bai Yang didn't give Meng Shuo any face. Bang! The burly Meng Ta suddenly stood up, and was half a meter taller than Bai Yang. He widened his eyes, and said fiercely, "Bai Yang, show some respect to my sister." Seeing Meng Ta, Bai Yang's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, no longer speaking. From the beginning to the end, Kang Saint King didn't speak. He closed his eyes, and a layer of flame light surrounded his body. This person's control of flames is really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim after watching for a while. Kang Saint King's comprehension of the fire origin had reached an extremely high level. However, Fang Chen had a nagging feeling that there was something wrong with his flames. After a long time, Fang Chen spoke. "You've been injured." Hearing this, the others looked over, and Kang Saint King, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, also slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Fang Chen, but didn't speak. "You've injured your internal organs, causing a part of your meridians to reverse, which caused you to be unable to reach the perfect level when condensing the flame armor," Fang Chen said. "Every time you want to condense the origin armor, your 3 Yin meridian and Skychong meridian will ache. Moreover, as time passes, the pain will become stronger." Buzz! The flames on Kang Saint King's body surged and dissipated in the air. His eyes were burning as he stared at Fang Chen. "How did you know?" Not only the Meng siblings, But even Bai Yang was surprised. Not long ago, Huakang Saint King had fought with him, and he didn't see that the other party was injured. This, for a moment, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Huakang Saint King's meridians were in reverse, and he was unable to condense the origin armor, so his combat strength was greatly reduced. And his battle with Huakang Saint King was only a mutual loss. Didn't this mean that he was no match for Huakang Saint King at his peak? He couldn't accept this fact. Humph. Bai Yang snorted, waiting to see Fang Chen make a fool of himself. You think you can see through everything just because you know a little about fire? Huakang Saint King ignored Bai Yang's sarcasm towards Fang Chen, and came to the latter's side, asking anxiously. That's right, just as you said, half a year ago, I fought with someone and was seriously injured. It was that time that my internal organs were damaged, causing my meridians to reverse. Huakang Saint King said. Meng Ta and Meng Shuo widened their eyes in disbelief. Junior brother Fang Chen was able to see through Huakang Saint King's injuries. It was too abnormal. You major in fire, and your secret technique is fierce and overbearing. This has accelerated the reversal of the damage to your meridians. Now, every time you circulate your secret technique and condense your origin armor, it will cause serious damage to your internal organs. If you don't treat it in time, it will most likely affect your future cultivation. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Huakang Saint King could no longer sit still and asked anxiously. Since you can see through it, you should have a way, right? Huakang Saint King said. I know a little about fire. Let me take a look for you first. Fang Chen placed his hand on Huakang Saint King's meridians to check his pulse. Big brother, isn't junior brother Fang too magical? Meng Shuo looked at Fang Chen curiously. She always felt that Fang Chen was too mysterious. I never thought that Huakang Saint King would actually be injured. I wonder how junior brother Fang could tell. Half a year ago, Fang Chen defeated Lin Yi with a single sword strike, and he had already shown his prowess. Now, Meng Ta believed the rumors about Fang Chen even more. This guy. Meng Ta grinned. Bai Yang's face was gloomy as he looked at Fang Chen with a cold killing intent. Chapter 3504. Actually, there was a reason why Fang Chen was able to see through Huakang's hidden injuries. Firstly, he was proficient in the Tao of fire and had almost comprehended the true essence of fire. Secondly, his half-perfect bloodline was different from the rest. He could sense that there was a problem with the flames around Huakang's body. It was nothing to Fang Chen, but to the others, it was shocking. Huakang looked at Fang Chen excitedly. He had heard rumors about Fang Chen before, but he didn't believe it. In his opinion, even if a new disciple had heaven-defying potential, so what? Potential didn't represent battle strength. Many peerless geniuses fell midway. Only those who persevered to the end could be called true geniuses. Among the 5 of them, Huakang was the strongest. Bai Yang was second, so he wasn't willing to get close to Huakang. HMPH, pretentious. Seeing Fang Chen pretending to take Huakang's pulse, Bai Yang sneered. Shut up. Huakang frowned and scolded. His injuries had been hindering his cultivation. He looked at Fang Chen with a hopeful gaze, hoping that he could find a solution. After a long time, Fang Chen opened his eyes and said with a smile, Your injuries aren't as serious as you thought. How is it? Huakang asked anxiously. Your 3 yin meridians and Skychong meridians are twisted and can't be stretched, causing your meridians to be blocked. This is also the most fundamental reason. Fang Chen said. The blocked meridians caused the blood clots in the internal organs to be unable to be discharged, causing the internal organs to be unable to recover for a long time. As a result, impurities appeared on the origin armor condensed by Huakang. I once saw a description of this illness in an ancient book. He had seen this illness in the ancient books left behind by the blood cavalry saint, so he knew how to treat it. Do you have a way? Huakang seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. There is a way, but you need a fire heart grass. As long as you can get it, your injuries will most likely be healed. Hearing this, Huakang was stunned and smiled bitterly. The fire heart grass was a fire elemental spiritual grass and was extremely rare. It would be extremely difficult to obtain it. I know about the fire heart grass. The ancient god merchant guild seems to sell it. However, the price is ridiculously high. Meng Ta, who was standing aside, recovered from the shock and said, Fire heart grass was a priceless treasure to fire-type cultivators. Moreover, this spiritual grass was extremely special. It grew in the northern part of the Godsfall battlefield, in a forbidden land known as the Endless Sea of Fire. Even saint kings did not dare to carelessly enter the flames of the Sea of Fire. Saints would think twice before entering. Therefore, there were very few fire heartgrass in the outside world. Ancient God Merchant Association? Fang Chen was astonished. He knew nothing about the ancient God Chamber of Commerce. But soon, Meng Ta explained to him. The battle of ancient gods involved far too many forces. It directly shattered the entire space. Countless powerhouses perished, but there were also some lucky survivors. A powerful village Arzi had established the ancient God Chamber of Commerce, which specialized in collecting treasures from every corner of the Godsfall battlefield. The ancient God Chamber of Commerce was spread all over the territories. As long as you had enough wealth, you could get anything you wanted. 10 billion yin-yang pills? Fang Chen sighed. A stalk of fire heartgrass was actually worth 10 billion yin-yang pills. It was simply frightening. Junior brother Fang, I'm afraid you don't know how popular the fire heartgrass is. 10 billion yin-yang pills is just the lowest price. The actual price is far above it. The fire heartgrass was something that could be encountered but not sought. Once it appeared, it would definitely be fought over. Fang Chen looked at Sacred King Huakang, who had a grave expression. Senior brother Huakang, don't worry. Our mission this time is to explore the ruins. We might be able to find other fire-type spiritual grasses. Although their medicinal effects are not as good as the fire heartgrass, it's better than nothing. Fang Chen comforted. Sacred King Huakang said, Junior brother Fang, if I get the fire heartgrass, can you help me? Sacred King Huakang found it hard to speak the latter part of his sentence. After all, he did not have any interaction with Fang Chen before. Why would he help him? It's just a small matter. As long as senior brother Huakang needs it, I will definitely not decline. Sacred King Huakang nodded heavily and looked at Fang Chen with admiration. Seeing this, Bai Yang was even more jealous. I say, junior brother Fang, do you really have a way? Meng Shuo was in disbelief. One had to know that Sacred King Huakang had looked for many senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level, but none of them had a way. He was only at the Yin-Yang origin realm. Could it be that he was more powerful than senior brothers at the Saint Emperor level? Meng Shuo looked at Fang Chen with suspicion. The latter grinned and did not explain. What is that? Just as Meng Shuo was about to ask Fang Chen, Meng Ta suddenly exclaimed. In the distant horizon, black clouds rolled over. The black clouds were filled with terrifying fiendish energy. Roar! A loud and clear cry rang out. Following that, a golden-winged rock spread its wings and soared towards Fang Chen and the others. Crash! The breeze eagle that Fang Chen and the others were riding trembled. After all, the golden-winged rock was the king of birds. The breeze eagle was unable to resist its aura. There's someone. Meng Ta stood up and stared ahead. On the back of the golden-winged rock stood a man holding a saber. It's coming for us. Meng Shuo whispered. The other party did not hide his killing intent. Under the pressure of the golden-winged rock, the breeze eagle stopped in the void, trembling. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Meng Ta asked. The man with a saber on the back of the golden-winged rock shot out a dazzling saber light. Bang! The saber light was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Sacred King Huakang in an instant. Sacred King Huakang, how have you been? The saber man sneered. A loser still dares to appear in front of me? Sacred King Huakang was very calm. Last time, I lost to you by a single move. I can't accept that. This time, I will definitely defeat you. Fang Chen and the others suddenly understood. It turned out that he was here for Sacred King Huakang. Boom! The saber man made his move and rushed towards Sacred King Huakang. Seeing this, Sacred King Huakang tiptoed and rushed into the void, fighting with him. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky. Fang Chen and the others looked up. It was dark and they could not see anything. Although senior brother Hua Kang is injured, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with that guy. That's right. The Meng siblings were very confident in sacred King Hua Kang. Dong. A moment later, a terrifying sound came from the sky, followed by a layer of powerful ripples that spread rapidly. Whoosh. The saber man swooped down, his body covered in blood. Damn it. He roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. He sped up and rushed towards the breeze eagle. Not good. Meng Ta exclaimed and was ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's body flew out involuntarily and collided with the saber man. On the breeze eagle. Chapter 3505. The moment he was pushed out, Fang Chen cursed inwardly. However, it was too late and he was forced to make a move. Buzz. The sword Dao armor condensed and terrifying sword Dao ripples covered the armor. Catcher. The saber man held the saber and fiercely slashed down, ruthlessly slashing at Fang Chen's sword Dao armor. Junior brother Fang. This sudden turn of events shocked the Meng Ta siblings. Meng Ta shouted and was about to make a move, but at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. Some cracks appeared on Fang Chen's sword Dao armor, but it still blocked the saber man's crazy counterattack. You're courting death. Hua Kang Saint King descended from the sky and sent the saber man flying with a punch. Catcher. Then, Hua Kang Saint King took a step forward and chased after the saber man, smashing his head into pieces. Whoosh. Whoosh. The terrifying aura in the sky gradually dissipated. Hua Kang Saint King returned to the breeze eagle and looked at Fang Chen. How was it? He didn't expect that the saber man would choose to attack Fang Chen and the others after being defeated. Junior brother Fang, why are you so reckless? Meng Ta said. From Meng Ta and Meng Shou's point of view, Fang Chen flew out to block the saber man's attack. Fang Chen shook his head, indicating that he was fine. He glanced at Bai Yang not far away and didn't say anything. At this time, Bai Yang's face was a little ugly. Just now, when the Meng siblings were attracted by the saber man, he took the opportunity to push Fang Chen out. Originally, he thought that the saber man in a crazy state should be able to kill Fang Chen, but who would have thought? Fortunately, Fang Chen didn't say this matter, otherwise, he would inevitably have a conflict with Hua Kang Saint King. Fang Chen's injuries weren't serious, which made the Meng siblings even more curious. How strong was Fang Chen? In such a powerful explosion, even the two of them would be injured. However, Fang Chen's sword Dao armor only showed signs of cracking. It was unbelievable. What a freak. Meng Shou muttered softly. After this incident, everyone was relatively safe on the road. After a few days, they finally arrived at the Kang Empire. Phew, we've finally reached the border of the Kang Empire. Meng Ta took a deep breath, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Along the way, they were too bored. Sometimes, Meng Ta would even attack the ferocious birds that passed by. On the other hand, Meng Shou's beady eyes moved about curiously. I heard that the Kang Empire has a lot of delicious food. Sister, we're here for a mission, not to eat, Meng Ta reprimanded. At this time, Holy King Hua Kang's transmission token rang. Within the Kang nation, someone had sent him a message, informing him of the details of the situation. Senior brother Hua Kang, where are we going now? Monta asked. Let's go to Forgetful City first. The breeze eagle spread its wings and soared toward the Forgetful City. Forgetful City was located in the eastern part of the Kang nation. It was an extremely prosperous city. After the group arrived at Forgetful City, they found an inn to stay in. Senior brother Hua Kang, that's basically what happened. In the courtyard, a young warrior said slowly. He was the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciple in charge of secular affairs, and also the Kang nation's liaison. He was the one who received the group of disciples who came to the Kang nation to explore the ruins. You're saying that they found clues to the ruins and were killed when they went to explore it? Holy King Hua Kang pondered. Not long ago, there was a rumor in the Kang nation's royal family that the Kang emperor had reached a critical point in his cultivation and urgently needed some treasures. The royal family even ordered a large number of warriors to search for the ruins. The disciple said, I'm guessing that the Kang nation must have known that our heaven-defying alliance was also exploring the ruins. They didn't want us to know the location of the ruins, so they secretly killed them. No matter what, this matter must have something to do with the Kang nation's royal family. Meng Ta said, but that Kang emperor knew that you were our heaven-defying alliance's disciples, yet he still dared to kill you. Isn't he afraid of the heaven-defying alliance's revenge? As long as we can't find any evidence, we can't do anything to him. Besides, when a Saint Realm warrior reaches a bottleneck, they will do anything. It's not easy to find a ruin. If the heaven-defying alliance obtains it, it will be equivalent to cutting off the Kang Emperor's cultivation path. He will definitely take the risk. The few of them analyzed. Only Bai Yang sat in the corner, not saying a word. Kang Nation's royal family. In a hidden secret room, the Kang Emperor, dressed in a yellow python robe, sat cross-legged on a futon. In front of him, there was a bright pearl. Your Majesty, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance are here. The imperial preceptor whispered. There are a total of 5 people this time. 4 of them are 3rd-level holy kings, and 1 of them is in the yin-yang origin realm. Hearing this, the Kang Emperor's expression changed. Yin-yang origin realm? This yin-yang origin realm is called Fang Chen. He is a new disciple with unparalleled potential. He has the battle strength of a 3rd-level holy king. The imperial preceptor said, among the other 4 disciples, there is holy king Hua Kang. The Kang Emperor heard this and nodded. A hint of lust flashed in his eyes. The heaven-defying alliance is really persistent. Do they think the Kang kingdom is afraid of them? The Kang Emperor said, since you have brought the materials here, don't blame me for not being polite. I will leave them to you, imperial preceptor. Remember to do it cleanly. Don't leave any evidence behind. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Soon, I will bring their blood. With that, the imperial preceptor turned and left. At this moment, a black figure walked out from a dark corner. The black figure was shrouded in a black aura and wore a fierce mask on his face. These idiots from the heaven-defying alliance. We just threw out the news of a suspected relic and they sent us so much nourishment. The black figure sneered. The Kang Emperor stood up and looked at the black figure. The heaven-defying alliance is one of the top forces in the God's Fall battlefield. Is it really okay for us to hunt their disciples like this? In fact, the Kang Emperor was a little worried about this matter. Don't worry. It won't take long for the blood to be collected. When the time comes, I will help you break through and take you away from here to join us. The Kang Emperor was stunned and immediately became excited. By the way, does the relic of Saint Kangye really exist? They used the relic of Saint Kangye as bait to lure the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance to explore this place. In fact, the black figure didn't know if this relic really existed. For countless years, I have searched every corner of the Kang kingdom, but I didn't find anything. I think the rumor should be false. The Kang Emperor said. The black figure nodded and disappeared. Looking at the direction where the black figure disappeared, the Kang Emperor's eyes turned thoughtfully. Saint Kangye, he whispered in his mouth. Fang Chen and the others who were far away in the Forgotten City didn't know that a crisis was coming. As soon as they stepped into the Kang kingdom, they were already known by the royal family of the Kang kingdom. Even their every move was clearly known by the other party. Chapter 3506. After many inquiries, the place where the ruins appeared should be in a mountain range 100,000 miles west of Oblivion City. This mountain range was called the Death Mountain Range. Death Mountain Range? Oblivion City, inside the inn. Meng Ta was a little surprised after hearing the news brought back by the secular disciples. Before they came, they had a detailed understanding of the Kang kingdom, so they knew about the Death Mountain Range. You're saying that the ruins might be in the Death Mountain Range? Meng Ta was puzzled. The last place where the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance were last seen was in the Death Mountain Range. After that, their life slips shattered. The secular disciple nodded. If they didn't find something, why would they go to the Death Mountain Range for no reason? One had to know that it was a forbidden area for humans. Legend had it that during the battle of the ancient gods, a terrifying stream of light fell from the sky and bombarded the Death Mountain Range, causing the Death Mountain Range to be formed. Because this power contained an extremely strong water origin power, it caused the soil of the Death Mountain Range to mutate. In fact, every inch of the soil contained a terrifying golden corrosive water. If a Saint King martial artist entered, they would be instantly corroded by the golden corrosive water. Even a Saint King expert would find it difficult to resist the corrosion of the golden corrosive water. This was why Meng Ta was a little surprised when he heard about the Death Mountain Range. "All right, you can leave first." Saint King Huakang, who had been silent all this time, said. After the secular disciple left, Saint King Huakang looked at the others and asked, "What do you think? The Death Mountain Range is a forbidden area for humans. Even if Saint Kangye's ruins are inside, how can we go in?" The 5 of them hadn't reached the Saint King level, so they couldn't resist the golden corrosive water. Meng Ta shook his head. On the side, Meng Shuo rolled her eyes. "Think of a way to confirm if there really is Saint Kangye's ruins in the Death Mountain Range, and then confirm if the senior brothers died in the Death Mountain Range. Maybe the Kang King didn't do anything at all. They accidentally entered the Death Mountain Range and were corroded by the golden corrosive water." Bai Yong said coldly. "That's right, I agree. Maybe the Kang King doesn't even know where the ruins are." Meng Ta and Meng Shuo nodded, agreeing with Bai Yong. Saint King Huakang turned his head and looked at Fang Chen. "Before my senior brothers died, they didn't even have the time to send a message. If they died from the metal corroding water, they should have had the time to send a message, right?" Fang Chen shrugged. "Is it possible that Lord Kang knew about our heaven-defying alliance's operation and lured our senior brothers to the Death Mountain Range, and then secretly killed them?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, the others' expressions changed slightly. "You mean, did the Kang Emperor use the corrosive metal water to kill our heaven-defying alliance's disciples?" Meng Ta asked. Fang Chen stood up and said slowly, "Our heaven-defying alliance is a top force in the God's Fall battlefield. A mere Kang kingdom naturally wouldn't dare to openly attack our disciples. But you also said that the Azure Emperor's cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and he urgently needs heavenly treasures. Furthermore, Saint Kangye was most likely the ancestor of Lord Kang. Based on the above, the Kang Emperor must be searching for the ruins as well. He would never allow anyone else to get involved. Not even the heaven-defying alliance. Using the corrosive metal water to kill the heaven-defying alliance's disciples, even if the heaven-defying alliance investigated, they wouldn't find any evidence. If what junior brother Fang said is true, then the appearance of the Kangye ruins in the Death Mountain Range is most likely a scam." Huakang analyzed. A scam targeted at the heaven-defying alliance's disciples. But isn't the Kang Emperor afraid of inviting trouble? Meng Shuo asked. "This is the purpose of our trip. Aside from exploring the ruins, the other mission is to confirm whether our senior brothers died in the hands of the Kang Kingdom." Huakang's tone was heavy. No matter what, the trip to the Death Mountain Range was unavoidable. "We'll rest for 3 days, then go to the Death Mountain Range to investigate." Huakang made his decision. Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. "Lord Imperial Tutor, why are you here?" The Oblivious City Lord greeted the Imperial Tutor with a smile and invited him into the meeting hall. At the same time, he waved his hand and dismissed the servants, leaving only him and the Imperial Tutor. "I'm here this time for an important matter," the Imperial Tutor told the Oblivious City Lord the plan in detail. The latter's expression changed when he heard the news. After all, they were hunting down the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance. Once the matter was exposed, they would die without a doubt. Lord Imperial Tutor, the Oblivious City Lord, was a little afraid. "Don't be afraid. Just do as I say." The Oblivious City Lord was perturbed. In the end, he nodded and hurriedly left to arrange the mission. The next day, the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance found Huakang and the others again. He told them the news he had heard. "What? Someone accidentally entered the Death Mountain Range and found the Kangye ruins?" Meng Ta stood up with a start. He was very surprised. Huakang frowned and pondered, while Meng Shuo asked curiously. Fang Chen and Bai Yang were silent, as if they were thinking about something. "That's right. The news came from the Oblivious Chamber of Commerce. It's said that 2/3 level holy kings accidentally entered the Death Mountain range and found the Kangye ruins. One of them died on the spot from the corrosive gold water, while the other abandoned an arm and dragged his heavily injured body to escape. The news came from the man with the severed arm. It seems that the Kangye ruins are really in the Death Mountain range. Hua Kang stood up and glanced at the four of them. Get ready. We'll set off now. Oblivious City, City Lord Mansion. Lord Imperial Tutor, the 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have already left Oblivious City. They should be heading to the Death Mountain range, the Oblivious City Lord reported. The Imperial Tutor sat on the armchair, resting with his eyes closed. Everything was within his expectations. The Death Mountain range will be their burial ground, the Imperial Tutor said coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too nosy. The 5 of them rode on the Breeze Eagle, and the journey was unimpeded. A few days later, they arrived at the edge of the Death Mountain range. Is that the Death Mountain range? Meng Shuo cried out in surprise. As she gazed over, the area ahead was covered in a dusky expanse, and it gave one the feeling of a magnificent fairyland. Let's go. Hua Kang jumped off the Breeze Eagle and approached the Death Mountain range. Buzz. The closer they got, the more they could feel the terrifying aura coming from the Death Mountain range. Hua Kang looked down. The ground under his feet was shrouded in mist, forming a fierce conflict with the flame runes on the surface of his skin. Hiss. Hiss. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his face aghast. It is said that the gold-corroding water covers the entire Death Mountain range. Once you enter it, you will be corroded. Hua Kang took a deep breath and stabilized his body. I have 5 talismans in my hand that can resist the corrosion of the gold-corroding water for a short period of time, but it won't last for long. Once the talisman's power is exhausted, you must immediately withdraw. Hua Kang took out 5 benefits from his bosom and distributed them to the other 4. This was a talisman that contained the origin of fire. After it was activated, it would release the origin of fire and form an origin armor to resist the gold-corroding water. In the distant horizon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark clouds covered the clear sky, and it suddenly became dark. Numerous black shadows quickly traversed through the gloomy sky. Hehe, what a bunch of idiots. The leader wore a black mask and black armor, and his body emitted a terrifying fiendish aura. He stood on a cloud and looked up, and saw Fang Chen and the other 4. In a while, directly attack and kill them, then drain their blood and throw their corpses into the Death Mountain range. The masked man ordered. Boom. Fang Chen and the other 4 were discussing the matter of entering the Death Mountain range. All of a sudden, they felt a terrifying aura coming towards them. Their expressions changed drastically. Not good. Fang Chen cried out, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. Scam, he remembered something that he had guessed before. Kang Emperor? Hua Kang stared angrily at the black shadow that was shooting over. Kill. The masked man roared and slapped out. Suddenly, the void shattered, and a terrifying palm print shot toward Fang Chen and the others. Scram. Hua Kang was furious, and he faced the attack head-on and punched the palm print. Crack. With almost no power to resist, Hua Kang Saint King was directly sent flying. With a bang, his body smashed onto the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Saint Emperor, Meng Ta exclaimed, feeling fear. How is this possible? When did the Kang Empire have so many Saint Emperors? Meng Shuo couldn't believe it. In just one exchange, the strongest Hua Kang was seriously injured, and Fang Chen and the others were in danger. Tempage, what bullshit Heaven-Defying Alliance disciples? The masked man sneered. Trash like you are worthy of us personally taking action? Who are you? How dare you plot against us Heaven-Defying Alliance disciples? Aren't you afraid of Heaven-Defying Alliance's revenge? The burly Meng Ta stood out and questioned. Stupid. Since we dared to deal with you, we have a foolproof plan. Now you want to scare us with Heaven-Defying Alliance. The masked man flipped his hand and slapped Meng Ta away. Attack together, let's end this quickly. As soon as the masked man's voice fell, countless black shadows attacked. Too strong, I can't resist at all. Fang Chen thought. Whoosh. At this moment, A black shadow quickly approached him. Without thinking, Fang Chen directly swung his sword and forced the black shadow back. At the same time, his body was also retreating. In a flash, Meng Ta and the other two were repelled. They kept retreating and came to the entrance of the Death Mountain range. From behind, they could feel the terrifying corrosive power of the golden corrosive water, and in front of them, there was a Saint Emperor-level enemy. What should we do? We are no match for them at all. Meng Ta said anxiously. The Kang Empire came prepared and wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Escape into the Death Mountain range. Bai Yang, who had been silent, spoke. His eyes were filled with madness. They looked at each other, nodded, and then moved together into the Death Mountain range. Courting death.